Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day, another week, another edition of LiuLi Cup Weekly, a very special edition. Welcome to the monthly finals for the month of August 2025. I'm of course just VIP, with me I'm joined by these amazing players, by the ByuN chats, and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all to a very, very special event. Again, this is the monthly finals. We've had LiuLi Cup for the past 3 weeks, 3 weeks straight of LiuLi Cup weekly action, and now we are here with the monthly finals. Exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. We have an 8-player invitational based off of their performances throughout the course of the history of LiuLi Cup. And let's jump in. Let's jump into our first best of 3, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Leylines, going for the proxy 2-racks. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran for Team Liquid. It is Cure. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this series, because it's not Proxy 2 racks, it's going to be a Proxy 3 racks. Aye, aye, aye. We have a third SCV, a third racks on the way. Cure, he's going to double down. He is going to commit. It's going to be all or nothing here for Cure. Again, no gases, Mass Marine, Bunker Rush out of our Terran player. Meanwhile, we do see Rogue, Hatch, Gas, Pool. Standard opener out of Rogue. It does have the Overlord here scouting for proxies, and he will find the proxy. He'll find the cheese. He'll find the all-in. Let's go. Let us go. Meanwhile, big shout out to all those in the chat as well. I see Baby Links in the chat. I see Baby Links. I see Rowdy as well. Psycons, Pecoeta. Cuídate. I did hear, Pecoeta, about your troubles breathing, your troubles sleeping. Hope you're taking care. Look after yourself, Matthew. Look after yourself. Ooh, as we are getting into our initial build, our initial cheese, our initial all-in. Let's go. Now again, this has some sort of Rogue. Rogue, he is fully aware, and Rogue, he's going to pull the boys. Exactly what Cure wants, by the way. Remember, this is a 3 racks, not a 2 racks. Cure, he wants the boys to be pulled, and he wants to ideally try to get as much economic damage as possible. We do have the Spine Crawler on the way. Drones are coming in. Up. Yeah, the drones are coming. That's sacking here from Rogue, but alas, the 3 Marines have been revealed. The 3 SCVs have also been revealed as well. And so far, so good. Cure, he is pushing forward again. He has to be so careful. Oh no! The bunker is denied. Yeah, bunker just now being thrown down. Bunker is on the way. Bunker is in production. More Marines are amassing. Lings have arrived with the help of the Lings, well, the drones. I believe this should be the defense here for Rogue. It should be a defense. That comes in for the attempted surround. Marines, oh, they slip away. Yeah, they slip away. They do slip away, and they've done it. Cure, he has done it. He kills all the Lings. He kills the drones as well. It's going to be 3 drone kills, but the Spine Crawler is done. The bunker is denied, and hey, that was only 3 drones, and most of the workers survived, actually. And with that, Rogue is holding. With that Rogue, he is holding on. He's surviving, man. He's surviving. And again, only 3 drone kills. Really impressive defense here by Rogue. He's got a Spine Crawler up and running. No queens. Sorry, he's got this 1 queen. He's got a handful of Zerglings, and Cure is expanding. We're backing up. The game will continue. So the game does progress from here. Oh! As Rogue does move out. Lings likewise just confirming that the racks have been lifted. There's no proxy, or there's no tech lab here for proxy stim or combat shields or anything crazy like that. And from here, the game will progress. When it comes to the racket itself, after this series, we'll be going over the racket. We'll get there. Meanwhile, double expand, 2 CCs out of Cure. I mean, especially after going for a very aggressive build, we gotta go for a greedy follow-up, but ooh, Lings, they do get in. That should not have happened. They slip into the main base. A lot of boys are being pulled. A lot of mining time is being lost here. A lot of mining time. And this does feel like a shaky follow-up here out of Cure. Lings are being dealt with. Now SCVs are going back to mining. Ooh, that's 1 Ling goes down. Okay, 1 Zergling does fall. Final one should be falling. And from here, we are just going to be building up. We're building up our own 2 bases. Gas is being mined. We'll see if we're going to just get into gas, into link speed, then pull out or preserve it. Here we go. Link speed is on the way, but we are staying in gas. Interesting. Yeah, my attention, my eyes are on the potential early lair timing. Or even early Roach Warren. Yeah, my attention. Yeah, my attention. Esther Rogue. 3rd base is being taken. For now, we are just going to be droning up. Droning up, we're saturating. We have a 5 racks follow-up. Okay, we have a 4th and 5th racks on the way. That's a lot of raxes. That is a lot of raxes here. So it's getting to his 5 rack setup. The downside, of course, is that there's not going to be any Hellion Harass. No Hellion Harass, delayed tank production, mine production, anything factory or starport related. So Cure, he's going to be stuck at home purely off of mineral income, getting stim, combat shields, and building up his natural, and eventually claiming his 3rd. The pressure is on Rogue, and we're already seeing that, hey, with that pressure being added, we are mining gas, we're working towards Eva Chamber. This should be +1. Carapace is going to be on the way. Still more gas is being mined from, as we're still looking to saturate that 3rd base, but again, we should be working towards, I would imagine, a lair, potentially a Spire, potentially a Roach Warren. We'll see what the gas is going to be spent on, because we already have a 2nd gas. Already a 2nd gas. Baneliness is going to be on the way. Okay, we're settling in. And personally, I do actually favor Cure's position here. Cure, he's in a really nice position. Just because of what? Well, his third. I believe he shouldn't be punished. Yes, we have some Zerglings being produced, but for the most part, it feels like Rogue wants to build up into a longer game. Assuming he gets a lair. Oh. Rogue. He's not droning. he should be droning up his third right now, but he is not. He's not droning up. He's going for the Bailey Nest, and it looks like Rogue, he plans to be aggressive, plans to move out, because he's making nothing but Zerglings. Yes, we do have the lair on the way that will give access to Baneling speed, of course, but that's going to be a lot of lings here for Rogue. At the same time, Kira does move out across the map. Rogue is checking for any kind of move out, and that's a lot of Marines. Slow to Marines, and I'll be honest, Kira, he might just have too much. Yes, there are Banelings morphing in, but they're going to be slow Banelings. Remember, there's no lair. I mean, there never was. The lair is only halfway done. Kira, he scans, he sees the army. I feel like he could try to commit into this, but no, he backs off. Kira, he has potential. Now playing it safe. Rogue going for the dive. Does attempt to. Marines, they will stim away. Yeah, exactly. They stim away. They kite well. They punish. Banelings are all going to be going down. Does spend another stim. Sees dancing on the edge of creep. He does out-trade Rogue, but doesn't quite commit onto creep. Doesn't risk it. Kira doesn't risk it. He pulls away. They do get across the map. No major damage here, but we're kind of settling down from here. Yes, Cure, he's still shocking around, for sure. He's still shocking around, still looking for damage. Rogue, he's going to stabilize. Bailey speed finishing up in a couple of seconds. He's almost there. Rogue, he's almost there. And again, Rogue, he's still on a very low drone count. He's still very committed. He's been on a low drone count the entire game, as he has not even saturated his third base. Just masking up more Link Bane. Rogue is moving in. Army gets spotted. No bunkers. Yeah, no bunkers, no Widowmines, Link Bane. They do head towards, I would imagine, the mineral lines. They're going straight for the main army. Does head for the army, not quite worth it. Banelings get shut down. And so did the Zerglings. Yeah, that was a big commitment. That was a big commitment from Rogue. And again, he's still undersaturated. Still heavily undersaturated at the third base, and again, no drones at the fourth. Rogue, he's forcing himself all in. He's only got the one Evo chamber, so he has no melee upgrades. He's going to be outscaled as the game goes on. He has to end the game soon. Meanwhile, from the side of Cura, still no bunkers at the third base, still no Widowmine production. He's getting a couple of Hellions, which will actually help against the Ling Bane. There is an armory, so he can morph into Hellbats. As time goes on, it's going to get better and better for Cure. He's just getting further ahead. So Rogue, we have to end this soon. Here we go, he's going in. As Cure moves out, Rogue moves in. Moves in, we have some Hellbats to defend. Lings ahead towards the third. Oh, coming in for the surround. Banelings, it will crash in. Getting into the mineral line. At the same time, Curie does push forward. Ooh, damage is being done. SCVs are going down. Curie, he will get an expansion, but remember, the base doesn't matter. Like, Rogue, he's barely had an economy to begin with, and that's going to be 29 SCV. Oh my god! 33 SCV kills. Yo, the workers are going down. So far, the counterattack is working. And Rogue, he's trying to hold on. It looks like he will. Wow, Rogue with the all-in. He kills 40 SCVs. He does defend against the main army and across the map. Cure, he did not have enough to defend. Again, we spoke about how little stack defense he had. No Widowmines, no bunkers, no nothing. He was vulnerable back at home. Rogi comes in for the surround. GG gets called, and Rogi takes game number 1. Takes the lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very aggressive game here out of Rogue. Again, he stayed on a very low drone count. He never saturated his third base. He never droned up. He never got a second Evo chamber. He was very all in. But hey, he waited for the opportune moment. He waited for Cure to push out across the map. And Cure, multiple times, we saw he was very tentative to push onto creep. Very tentative. So his own attacks, his own aggression was always a little bit stifled. And he never really was able to achieve any meaningful damage across the map. He never pushed into the bases, even though there were opportunities for Cure. Never went for them. Rogue got away with it. And Rogue, he was able to pop off with his all-in. GG. GG, well played with that. Congratulations. With that, Rogue, he does take the first game, and now we're getting to game number 2. Now, as a reminder, this is a best of 3. Best of 3, not a best of 5, not a best of anything else. Best of 3, likewise, single elimination bracket. Single elimination, baby. Aye, aye, aye. So, 1 and done. That's all you got, baby. That's all you got. Oh boy. You had, it's one of those things where if Cure had been, I should say, winding it back a little bit, if Cure had recognized how all-in Rogue was, if he had recognized how few drones there were and how little setup there was for a longer game, then all Cure would have to do is defend. If he was just chilling back at home, being more defensive, then he would have just ran away with that game. But alas, he did move out, left himself vulnerable. GG. GG, well played. Now we're getting to game number 2, and let's go. We're jumping into that second game, and we'll see if we can force the ace match, or if it all ends here and now. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Liquid down in this series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can make a series out of this. It is Cure. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player, the red Zerg from South Korea, representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. Oh, here we go, and this time we don't have any cheeky proxies. This time there are no SCVs across the map. As a reminder, last game Cure did open up proxy 3 racks, and he got out of it. He got away with the macro follow-up, but alas, things eventually went the way of Rogue. So far, standard openers. Hatch gas pull out of Rogue. Meanwhile, we do have a Rax expand out of Cure. Let's go. Let us go. So players are going to be settling into something much more standard. But I feel like Rogue is still going to be the one that we're going to be looking at here for something more crazy. I mean, Cure, he can be a very aggressive player as well. You know, he's not afraid to 8 racks, for example. He's not afraid to be in your face. But Rogue, he's a player that's going to be cutting workers and committing a little bit harder, I feel. Like we saw in the last game. But now, though, we're calming down. Welcome to Persephone. Persephone is an interesting map in the map pool. It has these healing pads in the center, has the gold bases, has these long speed zones as well that you can try to take advantage of to be a little bit more mobile towards the edges of the map. All in all, we do see some longer games here if we can cut the map in half, but that's a big if. And I'll be honest. Oh my god. I'm gonna say something crazy. I can't remember the last time I casted a TVZ on Persephone. It's one of those things where, if you're familiar with the CranKy Ducklings, you're familiar with that channel, you would know that like Zerg players are rare. Unfortunately, but they are rare. They're a rare side. So Zerg matchups in general, we don't actually get to cast that often. Maybe like once a month. Like I don't know, buddy. I don't know. So yeah, it just kind of clicked in my mind that I haven't not casted a TVZ on Persephone in a while. It's been maybe since EWC, maybe? Jesus. It's good to be back. I was about to go on a spiel about like, oh, like late game matchups, like late game PvT, and I just realized that like I've been mainly casting PvT on Persephone. And PvP as well. So, yeah, I appreciate that we're able to experience at least some Zerg while we can. Let's make it. Behind this, we do have a third CC before Starport, so economic follow-up here out of Cure. Follow-up is economic. Rogue is only just now pulling back in the gas. Everything's looking normal, everything's looking standard. Everything looking as it should be. From here, we can get into Reaper Hellion aggression. We can then follow up with that Cloak Banshee, or we can leave the Tech Lab on the racks and get into Stim instead. We got options. But there's the add-on stop. The add-on top. As I was talking about standard play here, but we do have a Roach Warren this time out of Rogue. Okay, so early Roach Warren, we have +1 carapace on the way, and from here it looks like a more Roach-based opener, a bit of a safer start out of Rogue. I say safer start, this can turn aggressive. If we go for a second Evo Chamber into +1 range, we can turn this into a 3-base all-in. True, that is a viable option here for Rogue. We'll see if he's just playing safe or if he wants to be aggressive again. Also keep an eye on his droning. Back at home, Cure. Going for his Cloak Banshees. Cloak is on the way. Banshee is also on the way. Cure taking his third. Getting to his 5-rack setup. Sorry, 3-rack setup. And we'll see what Cure can get done. He's built up to 8. Yeah, built up to 8 Hellions. With this, he can go for a dive. Roaches are going to be there, or at least they should be there to stop it. Aliens are rotating. Banshees, I don't really find too much here. Thankfully, Rogue, he has the spores ready. Means they're going to be able to respond. We're still kind of building up. Hellions, they rotate. Roaches are keeping up as well. Rogue deflects. And we're headed towards Infestation Pit. So, a style that's been very trendy as of late has been Roach-based openers to be safe. Then you go into melee upgrades with 2 Evo Chambers. We're still missing that second Evo Chamber. And you head into Hive and you head into Ultras, right? That has been a very, very popular style as of late. We do have a second Evo Chamber on the way. We'll see if he invests into melee upgrades. We'll see if the plan is to go into Ultras. As Hellions, they do dive into the mineral line. 4 drones going down. Remember, these are 8 Hellions, and they don't quite even trade 1-to-1. 8 Hellions for 6 drones. So Roki holds, he defends. Behind this, not an Ultra Cavern. We are taking into Hydras, which means that the goal here should be Lurkers. Should be Lurkers, not Ultras, which means we should be seeing, yep, +1 range, not melee. So range upgrades are on the way. We'll see if Cure can break Rogue before Lurker attack. It's going to be his goal. Throwing a creep, dropping into the main. There's an opening. There's that Lurker den. We spoke about that's going to be the big power spike for Rogue, is getting into Lunkers. And so far, Cure, he doesn't know. He has not scouted, did not see the Hive timing. Didn't see the Hive morphing in, didn't see the Infestation Pit. He has seen nothing so far. Just Roaches. So Cure is still in the dark. We spoke about this at the start of the game as well, about how Persephone is known for, or can be known for, longer games because you can slow the game down, cut the map in half. It can be very difficult to take bases from your opponents, except for the gold. Like, the gold base is probably the most contested base here, the most contested expansion. A little bit may come down to the gold if we slow things down. As Kira's still looking for a way in. Oh, Banshees into the natural, not bad. Spore out of position. And these Banshees from the start of the game, they get 10, 11 drone kills, and they get a full scout. Here we go. He gets eyes on the Hydrogen, Lurker Den, and the Hive as well. Nice scout here from Cure. The Banshees, they pop off. They keep going. They get 16 kills. Ay, ay, ay. Very nice. It took them a while, but the Banshees, they pay for themselves. The Banshees are cleaned up, but again, a very nice damage here from Cure. And he's pushing. He is moving out. Again, because of the scout, he knows that he's on a timer. He knows that there's a big power spike coming. He knows that he has to try to break through before lurkers. And hey, 0 lurkers. 0 lurkers already. Survivors are popping out. Lurker upgrades are on the way, but there are no lurkers ready for this. And it's go time. It's go time for Cure. Here we go. 4 lurkers are now morphing in. Here they are. 4 lurkers are on the way. Cure, he has no Ghost Academy. Wait, no, sorry. He does have a Ghost Academy. He has no Ghost. Random Cloud Marines. Rogue just buying time for the lurkers. Again, he's got 4 so far. Oof. In range. Sound the expansion. It does snipe 2 of those tanks. Not bad. And we have the lurker count is slowly building up. We have 6 so far, soon to be 9. That is a kill and a cancel. Cure, he is killing bases, but he's not pushing further in. Yeah, he's not going to be able to. The lurkers have a mass, which means Rogue he can stabilize. Oh, he's even counterattacking. Okay, that bold move. We spoke about this last game. Cure, we spoke about it in game number 1, how Cure, he was so tempted to push onto creep. Here, there are no lurkers to defend. All the lurkers move out across the map. Right now would be his time to push, but he doesn't know. Yeah, he doesn't know. Meanwhile, here comes a massive counterattack. Very risky move here from Rogue. And Cure is racing home. He's racing back home. Base is under fire. Does get one of the lurkers. Okay, nice cleanup. And cleans them up. The ghosts have arrived. What was that? 4 or 5 lurkers going down. And Cure defends. Cure, he defends. This counterattack wasn't worth it. It had potential. Did have potential, but it was not worth it. The Hydra lurker gets cleaned up, and there are how many? There are 2 lurkers left. 2 lurkers remaining. Which is, again, which will be the time to move in. Este Cure. That was a really nice cleanup. And he is reinforcing. He is moving out. Ghosts are now in the mix. Rogue, he's up to 5 lurkers. Gets 1. Down to 4. Down to 4 lurkers. Curious pushing forward. Once again, Rogue is able to hold the line. Has yet to try to take the gold. Not yet. Oh, getting us up with the tanks. And tanks are going to be going down. Nice blinding clouds. He yoinks the final tanks. With that, tank gets reset. 0 tanks left. Go base is on the way. Here he should have enough to hold on. He's got his 3 ghosts back at home if he can react in time. Yeah, there we go. Nice reactions. Gets 1, gets 2 lurkers. Here he defends. Ooh. Doesn't lose the ghost. Ghost will survive. The abductions. Does cost rogue a couple of vipers. So, he's ready for the Nidus Worms. They're not getting up and running. But this is still going to cost him a mineral line. 15 SCVs going down. Ay, ay, ay. We're beating a little workers. Nice snipes, though. Lurkers are exposed. The lurkers are going down. Yeah, even the abduction, not ideal. The tank boys are brutal. There's only a handful of lurkers left. Oh, the army's punching up, though. Oh, yeah, the changelings actually disrupting the concave. Not bad use of the changelings. And Cure he holds. Cure he does barely hold on. Did cost him a lot of units, though. He's running out of gas. Both players are. Rogue is getting his own goal base up and running. Gases are being taken, as you mentioned. So he needs more gas. And from here, Rogue, he's slowly whittling away at Cure. I mean, Cure's been losing minerals. He's been losing workers, I should say, losing his economy. Rogue, he has 6,000 minerals in the bank. Jesus. He can't start to be remaxing with lings, just throw lings away. Gas is still finite, though, for both players. Gas is still an issue. The Rogue, he has map control, he has momentum. Cure's been stuck defending for the past couple of minutes. He's been stuck at home. And stuck trying to respond to this army. We'll change things all over the place. Not quite mass overseer, but it's close enough. Changelings are moving out. He does best. Trying to find areas here to Nidus. As he finds a way into the planetary, not bad. Army's out of position, planetary will go down. Oh, it should go down. As Rogue's forced to respond. Nope. Yeah, one more volley. Pulls. Here, I'm liking this counterattack. Takes down a base, does force Rogue to react. Again, Curie still has the more efficient army. Takes down the line of lurkers. He's just all over Rogue. And Rogue is running out of lurkers here. And so many lurkers going down. What do we have left to defend? A handful of banelings? Ugh. And there we go. We have 100 zerglings. 100 zerglings in production. That may be enough. We need the lings back. We need them. Oh my god. The tank spread is crazy. The Ling Bane melts. Zerglings are trickling in. Oh no! Who is it? Oh Jesus. There's a bit of a lag spike. Hopefully we're okay. Retails move out. Oof. Doesn't quite break the gold. It's still very close between our two players. Again, that lurker army that we once had, it's gone. Rogi is down to 0 lurkers. Down to Ling Hydra. 3 lurkers left. Likewise, the gold base still carrying Rogue, still carrying at least the mineral income. Now, what's scary about Persephone, and we're gonna start getting there soon. We spoke about it, how you can't really take your opponent's bases, which means yes, Rogue has been denying some expansions. That's true, but he can't really take those bases for himself. It's just so difficult to do here on this map, just because there is like this. There's so much dead space between one half and the other half of the map itself. So these bases essentially they still belong to Cure. These resources are still the Terrans. Jesus. Oh my god, so many just 3 dead lurkers. Oh my god. So that's 5 lurkers going down. And Curie's just been so much more efficient. This one's on the way. Cure always just leaving units in position to defend. Oh, nice bailing run by though. Planetary. Here it goes. Just catch on the tanks. Again, I'm concerned about the gases that we're losing here for Rogue in regards to the Banelings. Let's be so careful here with how he spends his gas units. Morphing in more lurkers once again. Oh, the lankers. Essentially, Rogue is at capacity. Like, he has all the bases that he will ever have. Bring in. Cure out of position. His main army is off towards the left-hand side. Cure. Where are we going? What's going on? Rogue trying to break that planetary. Barely does not. Planetary does survive. Curie's going for the counterattack. Rogue is ready. Does Parabomb. Oof, Jesus, there are quite a lot of lurkers here. Curie cannot push into this. At the same time, Rogue doesn't have enough Ling Bane to dive on the Ghost. They're still moving in. And what's important about this move out as well is that Curie, he's alleviating that pressure. His planetary is still mining, his bases, they're still... I spoke too soon. Rogue is like, you know what? I can't defend against all these ghosts, let's just counterattack. Let's just send it. He does. Mules. Takes down a planetary. This is where I have to start worrying for Cure's economy as well. Cure, no mining. He has bases, but where are the workers? Where are the workers? But there we go. Workers are trying to transfer. Cure, he needs SCVs. He has not made a worker in quite some time. Oh, where are we going? Oh. Getting a little bit messy here. As workers are long distance mining. There we go. Not pulling back. Sling finds the academy. Finds the command center. And Cure, he's out of money. He's like, again, he has bases, he has potential to mine from, but he has no SCVs, he has no economy right now. Cure, he needs time. Needs to get back to mining. Get to mining, man. Get to mining. Jesus, that's a lot of Baileys. It's gonna be 83 Bailings. Jesus. 83 Bailings. He's gonna commit. Yeah, from here, finally committing in. Just building up more Link Bane. Nice Lightning Clouds. The tanks, they do nothing. Ghost's gonna be going down. And these are losses that Cure, he can't quite afford. Yeah, can't quite afford it. We have more. We have 28 Hydras being rebuilt. Rebuilt on Mass Hydra. Lings are on the way as well. And Cure, again, he's down to 18 SCVs. He has no workers back. He has no workers left. Ah. Up to 20, let's go. And this did turn into a battle of attrition. If you recall earlier, I was like, oh, it'll be okay. Like, Curie's got all these bases. Like, he can eventually, like, take left-hand base as well. But I never quite got there. As he was losing workers, like, he just wasn't rebuilding them. Right now, he is trying to amass workers again, but it's something that he did neglect, like, over the course of the game. He just neglected worker production until it got to this point. And Rogue, he's coming in for the final kill, for the final attack. Once again, there's not really much left over. There's more changelings than there are Marines. Ah, no. Changelings, get out of the way, Pappy. Get out of the way. They're blocking some of the Link Bane from moving in. As Cure loses the center base and bottom right as well. Losing more bases, losing more mining. Rogue morphing in 29 more Bailings. I feel like a little bit unnecessary. I feel like pure Ling can still do the trick here, but sure. It's fine. Cure just doesn't really have much left over. He has a decent army to work with, true. Like, he has a decent amount of army supply, but it's quite limited in what he can accomplish. And just stuck defending at home. Oh, I forgot to open up predictions. Oh, I knew I forgot something. Oh, no. Did I not open up? Did I not Gamba time? Yeah, I did. Okay, next series. Gamba time. Gamba time. Next series. My apologies. I just noticed. I'm a little bit fatigued. It's our second cast of the day, and I did not nap in between. So. A little bit fatigued after the cast this morning. I'll get on. No, I'm not opening up the gamma now, okay? It's too late for that. It's too late. Next series. As from here, we blind card most of the tanks. Banelings they roll in. Not the most efficient use of Banelings, and half of them are stuck behind the Hydras. But despite that, it's still going to be enough anyway. As Rogi rushes in, GG gets called, and Rogi will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations to Rogue as it does claim the series, does advance on. My condolences to Cure here. Cure honestly had a really strong showing in Game 1. I can see a world where Game 1 would have gone Cure's way and then we could have seen an ace match, but Game 2 was more heavily in Rogue's favor. We spoke about this window in time where Cure could maybe try to break Rogue before Lurker Tech. Once Lurkers came out, Rogue, he was for the most part able to secure himself and able to stabilize and slow the game down. I say for the most part, Rogue had some questionable moves early on where he threw away all of his Lurkers. Remember when he counterattacked away all the Lurkers, but if you recall, Cure was never able to punish, was never able to capitalize, never able to deal any real meaningful counter damage to Rogue. GG. With that, GG well played. With that, let's catch up on the bracket itself. Let's go. There's a lot to catch up on. As we switch our things over, and we just wrapped up our first series. Bam, there it is. Rogue. Oh, my apologies. Break that for a moment. There it is. Rogue takes down Cure 2-0, so Rogue advances on to lower semifinals. As you can see, we still have a plethora of matches ahead of us. We have Max Bax versus Trigger in a PvP. We have herO versus ByuN. We have, just now wrapping up, Cure versus Rogue, and a Classic versus herO Marine. Oh boy. Now, when it comes to the ordering of our matches, up next, we're going to be casting herO versus ByuN. That's going to be our next series. Then followed by Max Bax and Trigger, and then followed by followed by Classic versus herO Marine. Then we get into the semis and then grand finals. This is a one-day event, and every series is going to be casted. It's going to be a lot of matches. It's going to be a lot of matches, a lot of StarCraft. Bearing in mind these are all best of 3s. The finals will be a best of 5, but even the semis are also best of 3s. So that is going to help when it comes to the length of the broadcast, but expect this to be like 5 hours. Like I'm expecting like a 5-hour cast. It's going to be an intense one, baby. Let's go, baby. Let's go. As Vitas are done, and up next we do have herO and ByuN. Again, this is going to be a rematch. They've been playing quite a lot as of late, merely because they're both very active players amongst the online tournament scene. So we'll see. We'll see if ByuN can get his revenge. We'll see how this series will turn out, as things have been going a little bit more in favor of herO as of late. Also, when the series begins, I will be opening up those predictions. I do apologize for not having predictions open earlier. My apologies. My apologies. We'll make sure that happens here and now. Again, I'm just a little bit fatigued, a little bit tired. It's been a long day of casting already. we got more casting today, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, the casting. Here we go. As you can hear the beeps, we're loading into Game 1. Game 1 is going to be on Tokamak. We go. Just fixing my green screen. But spawning in the top right corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom right corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Will it go the way of the herO? Will it go the way of the ByuN? Again, in recent times, herO has had the better winning streak against ByuN, but we'll see how that changes as herO does tase away at the SCV and does bother ByuN. Like, leave me alone. Leave my SCV alone. Get out of here. Oh. Well, the SCV does take a lot of damage. Let's take a lot of hits. Here is Afi. Ah. As he does scout, is going to be a double gas opener, double gas into a faster factory, a more tech heavy start out of ByuN. So that's going to be a factory before command center. Winding things back here, talking about the players, ByuN, he is the most macro-oriented player out of all the Terran players out there. I will say that players like Cure, Bunny, Maru, Clem are all more aggressive and more cheesy than ByuN. Specifically, they're more willing to go for these all-ins. ByuN, he's less willing to all-in and more willing to embrace a longer macro mid-game. So that's kind of what we're leaning towards from ByuN. Not saying that he never all-ins, just less than everyone else. And I feel like that favors herO style. Like herO, he thrives if his opponent plays standard. That's what herO wants, man. That's what he wants. ByuN and macro, I spent 3 weeks without watching and the world is upside down. Este sinistro, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I would say that ByuN has been more macro-oriented for the past couple of months at this point. But yes. Whereas we have players like Cure, Maru, Clem, all more willing to 2-base all-in. ByuN, he typically does get a 3rd CC and build up into the mid-game, especially on Tokamak, but we'll keep an eye on our players. We'll keep an eye on them. As we are opening up Reaper Hellion, the pylon will scout, will confirm. But also, fala galera, fala galera. Hope you're taking care, Sinistro. Hope you're taking care. How's life going? Always casting, Pappy. Always casting. Always busy, always busy. I don't know if you saw it on our Discord server, but big change in my life. I have some conejitos. I have some baby rabbits that I've been looking after. I've been taking up my free time. They're very cute. Another. ByuN does move out. With this, he can try to dive into the mineral lines. We do see that here he's set up at the ramp. ByuN looking for a way in. Looking for a way in. Does get locked down though. Yeah, he's going to be locked down. One Hellion will fall. Tries to dive into the main base and will make it in. Oh. Does barely make it in. Shield batteries in position. So far, no probe damage. He's locked in. Yeah, he's... the warp in! ByuN is locked in place. He will lose everything behind this going into high flight rotors. This has become a more common strategy. The goal here is not to go into cloak, but into speed instead. The rationale here is that you have more micro potential with your Banshees. So we have that Banshee speed on the way, and we'll see what ByuN can get done. Go. And so a 1-1-1 follow-up into additional Raxes. Into Banshee Harass. Oh, meanwhile, this is not normal. Hello, herO, going for a Stargate? He doesn't really scout too much, but that's about to change. Yeah, hallucinations going in. And herO, he will scout the research on the tech lab. And the bio follow-up. But I'm really curious to see what's going to be done with this. We're going for the initial Oracle. Charge base opener as well. herO, he's freestyling here. Opening up charge, going into Oracle production. Very interesting. I mean, he's aware of the Banshees, he's aware of the research, so he will have detection available if need be. We know that he doesn't need it, but we'll have it. Did not see that. Amazing. There are some pics and some videos in our Discord server, if you're curious. Don't speak Spanish. I thought you were talking about some kind of burritos back. I was thinking to myself, why to judge food can change people? You're an animal, Five. You're an animal. Oh, no. What would that even mean? Ah, yes, I've been making some burritos, and it's a hobby now. Kappa. Este hobby. No, Conejito is bunny. Conejito is bunny. Oh, as the Banshees are going to be shut down. Again, we did respond here with Feast production after the initial Oracle. And now it's go time. And ByuN is behind. ByuN, he's getting a third CC. As to be expected, as we mentioned, ByuN, he's the most macro-oriented out of all the Terran players, so he's building up to a third base. But herO has map control. herO has taken momentum away from ByuN, and ByuN is hurting. ByuN is hurting. He invested a lot into Hyperflight Rotors, into Banshees, and they all just fell in their face. It's on the base. We can lift the tank. Tank gets lifted. Charge will dive in. Boys are being pulled to repair, but the bunker goes down. The tank goes down. Yeah, the repairs are not in time. And here he's trading well. He's trading well for himself, trading out Zealots. Gets his tank, gets 8 SCVs. And remember, herO, he already has the third base up and running. From here, he can take a fourth base. Storm is on the way, +2. herO doesn't have to commit. And he won't. herO backs up. Enjoys his lead. There's our fourth expansion. It's on the way. Now, ByuN's not out of this. Remember, he was already expanding and getting a third, but he has lost a little map control. Oh, nice catch, though. Yeah, very nice catch. Gets a Phoenix. The ByuNies. Yes. The ByuN. I was very tempted to name one of them ByuN. I was very tempted. I was very tempted that if I had a male and female bunny, I'd name one ByuN, the other Bunny, and then I'd name their kid ByuN. That was, but that's not. But I have two female bunnies, and we pull the boys. Let's go! We're pulling the boys. Third CC. I mean, we're too far behind. We're too far behind. We've lost a lot already. So ByuN, he's gonna send it across the map. Does send it, does go for the 2 base all in. Zel's hit the third base. There's nothing to kill. There's nothing here. There's nothing here. Armor gets spotted. And ByuN, can he pull this off? Here, he does spot the all in. Ah, Storm is ready. Storm is ready. We got some storms. And the first one does land. Oh my god. Brutal storms. Storms the SCVs. 17 SCVs go down. The storms are brutal. Oh, Zel's a little bit premature. Zel's premature, but now we're going to be diving in. Mine shots are good. But is there enough left over? Do we have another storm? Una más, papi. He needs more time. Oh, nice time for the High Templar. Denies the storm. But likewise, ByuN, he's running out of steam. This is all he has left. He's down to, what, 5 Marines, 2 Marauders. It's all he's got, papi. It's all he's got. Ah, GG gets called as he runs out of steam. And herO will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. herO does take a lead in the series. Again, ByuN just had a really rough start, winding it back. A reason why he pulled the boys, the reason why he went for the all-in is because ByuN did lose his Banshees for free. He invested quite heavily into his Banshees, and the Banshees got 0 damage. They got shut down by the Phoenixes. And right after that is when he lost, what was that, 8 to 9 SCVs. He lost the tank, he lost the bunker, he lost a lot to the counterattack, and herO wasn't all in. herO, he already had a third base saturated, and it was getting further and further ahead. So ByuN had a choice to make. Either he just plays from behind and tries to catch up over the course of a longer game, or just send it across the map. He sent it into Storm. Into Storm. GG, well played. With that, herO takes the lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. Game 2 is going to be on Torches. Let's go. Into Torches. And we'll see if ByuN can bounce back. Ooh, Torches now. Okay. Torches is a very quirky map, a very unusual map. Torches are short rush distance by air, so aggression, drop play can be favored here. Likewise, short rush distance by ground as well, especially if you expand towards each other and mine through those center mineral patches. In general, aggression is favored here. Aggression is favored. This goes both ways. We could see ByuN commit to a more committed all-in earlier on 2 bases, or even on 1.5 bases. We could likewise see herO go for a charged base opener as well to try to counter an all-in. We'll see what it's going to be. We'll see what it's going to be. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Torches, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. Leading the series 1-0. It is a herO. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran, representing Shanghai Rebellion. It is ByuN. Go. worry matchup? Really? What are you talking about? We had non-standard play from both players. We had ByuN going into Hyperlight Rotors. We had herO opening charge into delayed Stargate. Ay, ay, ay. What do you mean? I understand. You only want to see standard macro play. Ah, I see. I see. Like, bring back Phoenix Colossus. Okay. Ay, ay, ay. Meanwhile, ByuN, he's going to hide his racks. He does hide his racks here at his natural location. Checking the vision here for herO. What have we seen? Hasn't spotted it yet. Basically, ByuN, he's hoping to force herO into an overreaction. Trying to force an overreaction. And we'll see if herO takes the bait. Go. As herO, he does take it. He does make the initial Zealots. Again, typically you want to skip the Zealots, but herO, he is a little bit concerned as to what's going on. So ByuN is forcing some inefficiencies here out of herO. But herO still does claim his expansion. And herO does keep his probe alive. Ooh, the Reaper's going to hunt him down. But the revelation of the Reaper does confirm that the Rax is back at home. So we can see the Zealot trying to hide against the Reaper. Going to try to skirt around the edge and try to delay the CC. ByuN searching for the Zealot, and he looks like he will find it. Very nice. Solid read here out of ByuN. Finds the Zealot, which means the CC is going to be safe. Behind this, double gas opener, faster factory. ByuN's building up. Does pull away. Behind this, going for the CC on the high ground. Kills the Zealot. And it's going to be on herO to confirm what's going on as herO goes for a Robo Opener. Very safe play out of herO. Okay, let's go. Now, a Robo Opener, the reason why I say this is safe is because we're going to be sacrificing a lot of mobility, a lot of map control, as the Stalker is barely going to get away. Nice, very nice control by herO. Bays out the Marine. Marines are cleaned up. The Reaper as well. herO achieving a lot of damage already. And catching up Marines. Oh, but the Cyclone does pop. And the Cyclone does punish. Oof. As the Cyclone does barely get away. Does get away. Boys are pulled to repair. ByuN holds. ByuN does hold back at home. But what I was referring to here is without a Twilight Council, without Blink, without a Stargate, without Phoenixes, or without Oracles, there's no way to really harass across the map. There's no way to shut down drop play. There's no way to gain map control. Instead, with a Robo Opener, it gives you access to early Immortal production and an early Bay and early Colossus. So this tells me that herO is going to build up a very robust army. True, he's going to have a very robust army. He's going to be ready against an all-in, for example, but he won't be ready to necessarily get into a longer game, shut down drops, even shut down Banshees. If they're harassing, I should say. If ByuN turns this into a 2-base all-in, then he's going to be playing into herO's hands. As Banshees are building up, we have Cloak on the way, not Hyperflight Rotors, so we're getting into Cloak. herO is getting a second Immortal, so again, he's going to be very well prepared here against any kind of early push. Hallucination moves in, confirms Cloak is being researched, confirms the Banshees. And Cloak is cancelled. So because ByuN got scattered, he knows that it's not worth it, so he does cancel Cloak. Once again, we have a Stargate response out of herO, just like last game. Going into Stargate, going into Oracle, into Phoenixes as well. Interesting. So ByuN does move out. Moves out. We spoke about this. The Immortals are in position and they will shut down these tanks. Yeah, as ByuN, he kind of plays into herO's hands. herO, he wanted a fight and he gets it, and herO should clean this up completely. So again, here he hard counters the aggression of ByuN by opening up Robo. ByuN did play into his hands. And ByuN, he's hurting. He's hurting a lot here. He has to race back home. herO's going further in. Ooh, this is a bold move by herO. Yeah, it's going to cost him. This is not worth it. herO pushing up the ramp. Bleeds out the Prism and the Immortal. herO, we got to calm down. Initially, things were better for herO, but does bleed out those Robo units. The Immortal, the Prism. So we had more of a give and take here. More of a back and forth. And now the game will continue. ByuN getting his third CC on location. Likewise, so is herO. Here we go. So the game is going to slow down. We're going to build up. Again, it's just really unique to see delayed Stargate, delayed Phoenix production here. This is not normal. not at all. But here he did it in Game 1, and now we're seeing some success here in Game 2 as well. I'm curious if this is how herO beat Clem. herO, he 3-0'd Clem last week, and I was shocked to see the results. I didn't get to cast it, as it was in a tournament that we didn't cover. I believe because Wardy did actually host his events a little bit later in the evening. But I'm curious if herO was doing stuff like this, going into the Phoenixes, as often as he has been. And catching Clem off guard. If you're out there, if you saw the herO versus Clem series, I'd love to know. What occurred in that matchup? The Banshee does go down. Still kills 4 probes. I get some damage. Now, from a Robo-based opener, typically I expect to see a Bay into Colossus eventually. That is not the case. We're still making more Immortals, and we are going into Storm instead. So it's a bit of a more awkward tech choice, but herO, he's getting there with time. He's getting there, and ByuN, by expanding, by getting his third CC, is going to be allowing herO to actually have the time he needs to take up. Now, as much as I want to say that ByuN is known for his macro play, known for getting into the mid game, last game he did pull the boys on 2 bases despite having a third CC. But now there's a Ghost Academy, so there are more signs that ByuN is building up into a longer game. Outside of just the base, the tech as well. So ByuN is landing. Claiming his third. Observer does confirm the base being taken. And here he will catch a couple of SCVs. Two SCVs going down, wouldn't mind as well. Ooh, we'll lose 1 Phoenix, we'll lose 2. 2 Phoenix to fall. Not the best trade for herO. Better for ByuN. So we do see herO opening up with his Storm Drop. Yeah, the drops are coming in. Nice reaction by ByuN. Very nice. Does pull away. Losing only 4 SCVs and a Mule. So nice defense. That could have been so much worse. And here he's just slowly taking up. He's got his Storms, now soon to be Colossus. So we got there in the end. Did get there. herO's 4th base is late. True. Very late 4th. And because his 4th base is so late, that's reflected in the supplies. Does explain why ByuN does have a higher army count. Does have a much larger army. herO just now saturating his 4th. herO needs more time to make use of it. ByuN moving in. It's a Let's get feedback. Takes down one of the immortals. Here come the storms. The flanking storms even. Oh, nice target firing. Storm does land. Tank line is going to go down. The storms are coming in. They're just zoning ByuN away. And here he holds, but he traded out a lot of supply to make that happen. And again, he needs more time for that fourth base to really kick in. He needs those Colossus. Okay, for another storm drop. Bold move considering that ByuN is still being active. ByuN once again, oh, does pull away, but still 5 SCVs, 6 SCVs go down. ByuN here reacts to the drop. Ooh. As herO will lose one of his High Templar. Prism getting hunted down. Oh no! Yeah, Prism will fall. Nice pickup. And now it's go time. Now it's go time. ByuN, looking for the Observer. Here the Colossus are out. Can he make a stand? EMP on the Stalkers. 5 High Templar in total. The Vikings, they move in on the Colossus. One Colossus is going to be going down. Can he get both? Oof. Really EMPs. Oh, it's like the Colossus died to friendly fire. That was the storm killing the Colossus. Ay, ay, ay. Really EMPs once again. And ByuN, can he still one for it? Oh, another storm does land though. Another storm just in time. Here he is holding on. Yeah, you can see it shown here. Oh. As here he killed the 25 Marines, but he also killed the Colossus. The hero. After that engagement, of course, ByuN, now he's aware he needs more Vikings, so second starport. Second starport is on the way. Getting ready for mass Viking production. Needs his Vikings, needs his ghosts. ByuN, he's refining his army. Likewise, so is herO. Here he's also licking his wounds, building up more High Templar, and getting ready for Sky Toss. Okay, we are getting ready for a longer game state here. Let's go. Fleet beacons on the way. And we'll see if that's just going to be for the mothership, or if we do plan on going into Tempest and Carriers. See if we go all the way. There we go, 2 more Stargates are being thrown down. So we're gonna send it. We're going full Sky Toss. His main, so far as keeping up with the run-bys. But what's important here is that ByuN is contained, right? ByuN, he's forced to defend his main base, defend his fourth. Throwing down sensor towers, missile turrets. He's securing himself. As that happens, herO, Tempest production. Tempest are slowly amassing. Here he's building up a more efficient army. Getting into the Sky Toss. It's almost there. Zalzal Ramai does hit his mineral line. He's going down. EMPs. Once again, herO pushing in. This time with Tempest. Nice EMPs though. And nice EMPs on the Colossus. The Vikings, they go him. And they get a Tempest. And they get the Colossus as well. And herO, he will lose everything. A brutal fight. Where were the storms? Again, it was across the map. He does focus across the map. Getting into the main base. But that was a massive loss for herO. Losing every high-tech unit. He lost the Tempest and the Colossus. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, the high temp. Now the high temp are coming in. We needed you earlier, Pat. Yeah, without the storms, that was a brutal fight. Speaking of storms, they're gonna be spent in the mineral line. They kill some SCVs, true. Workers going down. ByuN gets dragged back into the main. We needed you. look how much energy these High Templar have. Ay, ay, ay. Where were you for the main fight, huh? Don't worry about it. Speaking of, ByuN, he finds them. Oh, he does find them. Brutal EMP, and all the High Templar are gonna go down. Brutal pickup. ByuN finds the Templar. And with that, the soup does lie. Most of the supply for herO are in workers. Like, he has 80 probes. ByuN has a larger army instead. But if given time, herO, he can rebuild. He's making more Colossus. He's making more Tempest. He's being given time to build up. Likewise, ByuN is more concerned about rebuilding his economy. So herO, he's recovering. Let's break in. Nice snipe here from ByuN, going for the Templar. Oh, doesn't quite get it though. Oh, that does get the Templar. Templar goes down. Meanwhile, we do get a warp in into the main base, and we have a recall available as well. Actually, we did. Oh, the MPs are brutal though. herO not paying attention. No storms. But herO does take down bottom left. Kills an expansion. Okay. The main base is on fire. Bottom left went down. And despite herO having some rough fights, and even here losing a mothership, despite that, herO, he might still be able to outproduce ByuN. Shielding from the economy. Once again, though, a brutal EMP. Oh, God. EMPs are insane. The storms now, they come in. Oh, my God. Brutal storms. The storms connect. And herO, he holds the line. ByuN down to 48 SCVs. Down to essentially a two-base economy. Again, there's nothing here at the natural. There's only one patch. There's nothing in the main base. We have half a base here at the third, and we have a full mining base here at the fourth. This fifth base is so crucial. We're muling our hearts out here. ByuN cannot lose more bases. As ghosts are going down, they're the first to fall. Getting ready for a flank. herO does notice. herO pulls away. Storms, they catch up the army. Nice EMP though. And ByuN Star steps in. He will catch this. Takes down the Colossus, the High Templar, and now they're going for the Tempest. Going for the Tempest as well. At the same time, herO once again warps into the main base. This is the third time he's done this. Whenever there's a major fight going on that ByuN does win, herO, he warps into the main base, and ByuN, he responds. And you can see him responding. Reinforcements, they race back home. The main army also turns around, gets caught out actually. ByuN plummets in supply. He plummets. herO is still just going for non-stop run-bys, non-stop counterattacks. There's no planetary. It's a bit much for his High Templar to be sent here as well. Get some medevacs, true. But does get the mineral line. That's what's important here. Denies mining, gets the mineral line, recalls back home. Saves the charge lots. We're getting scrappy. We're getting messy. Getting messy. herO, he doesn't have a main army, but he does have harassing forces. He's got a squad of DTs, a squad of Zealots, and he's got one-eyed Templar. Ooh. He does catch reinforcements. ByuN turns around once again. He races back home. This keeps happening. He keeps wanting to be active, then he gets called back. He's able to blink away. Nice EMPs. Nice catch with our Templar. War Prism into the main once again. Does get away. ByuN does have a terrifying main army. We spoke about this before, but again, herO doesn't really have much of a main army. He's been harassing. He's down to these 2 Colossus. Down to 1 Colossus. No anti-air. No shot. No anti-air. Then he chases down the Colossus at the same time. And DT's back into the main base. Zealot's back in towards the left-hand side. ByuN, does he turn around again? No shot. No shot. We're racing. Okay, we're rotating.
Your
rotating.
forces are under attack.
Does catch out the Zealots. Storms that don't quite connect. Storms a crazy army. ByuN down to 29 SCVs. But he's got what? He's got 7 Ghosts, 14 Marauders. ByuN, he will win a main fight. If they fight head on, ByuN will take it, so here he has to avoid that. He needs to build up more Colossus, build up more High Templar. herO needs time. Ugh. Trying to charge in. Leading out a lot of Zealots. The Colossus putting in a lot of work. Oh, and we have more flanking Colossus. They're exposed. Oh no! Yeah, missed rally out of herO. 1 Colossus goes down. 2nd Colossus goes down. That should not have happened. Brutal losses for the Protoss. Brutal losses. Those are expensive. Still making his way across the map. Still going for the economy. Ooh, Medivacs, they will be topped up. Jesus, that's a lot of healing. It's a lot of healing on the Medivacs. Ah, that's also a perfect spot to storm. Oh, at the same time, though, herO once again here extends. herO extends. Mining is denied. ByuN, he is running out of money. Unironically, he's running out of money. herO going for the goal. DT goes back in once again. Now, this space is the most important for herO, just because he's double expanding. Jesus, oh, that storm was insane. But again, here he's getting center rights and all these other right-hand bases as well. Meanwhile, we just see ByuN is not quite aware. CB checks. Up. herO getting caught out. Throwing away Zealots. Stalker counterattack is on the way. Here comes the main army of brutal storms. ByuN does take some storms to the face. CC being focused down. ByuN forced to come back home once again. These counterattacks. Does hit the third. ByuN buys one of the expansions, and does he trade bases? He sees the gold, he has to stop it. Yeah, he knows he has to. He has to stop the gold at the same time. He defends back at home. ByuN has plenty of reinforcements. ByuN shuts down the Stalkers. And ByuN still has an insane army. Still 10 ghosts. Doing one of the High Templar. Zealots, they do catch out the army. Ugh, storms, they're not quite connecting. And ByuN takes the fight. He barely does take the fight. Did cost him a lot of ghosts. That was 6 ghosts going down against mainly Zealots. But ByuN, he gets a fresh base. He gave up on bottom left. He has center right. Has mining. That's all ByuN needs.
I am intrigued.
And ByuN may have just started here. As you can see, we have 52 workers at this one base. Here, he was denied 2 expansions. And now it's herO who's broke. Okay, herO's broke. This is the last mining base for herO. The boys are being pulled. Oh, God. And ByuN has done it. Yeah, ByuN, he has finally done it. It's been herO treading water for so long in this game, and it's been impressive how long herO was able to survive. As we were trying to harp on for the past 10 minutes, herO could not take a head-on fight. GG gets called, and ByuN ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. We are going into the ace match. We're going to game 3. Again, a very intense back and forth between herO and ByuN. Again, ByuN, he maintained the larger and better army for the past, I say 10, maybe even 15 minutes. But herO, he kept buying time. It was impressive. herO, he just kept counterattacking, whether it was Zealots, DTs, Stalkers as well, Warp Prism into the main base, just kept forcing ByuN back home, which allowed herO to stay in the game, but he never really built up a threatening army. He never quite got there. Not after a certain point. Then after he lost all the Colossus in the center of the map. True. And with that, GG. With that, GG well played. With that, we're getting into the ace match, and we'll see how this story ends. Does it go the way of ByuN or herO? As up next, we're going to be loading into Persephone. Let's go. Let's go. Getting into Persephone. As it all ends here. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is a herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. As again, we found ourselves in the ace match, and similarly to what we said during the Cure versus Rogue series, Persephone is known for longer games if we can slow the game down. Once we get to a 4-base setup, it is very common to cut the map in half and get to your fringe bases, fight for the gold base, and just slow things down. If you recall, we saw that happen between Rogue and Cure, and it very often does happen in TVPs as well. So we'll see if we can stop that from happening. We'll see if either player can try to end the game a little bit earlier, or if we are destined to cut that map in half and get into that late game. Once again, ByuN does hide his racks, but this time herO finds it. So this time herO, he is fully aware, does scout the rack's position, knows that there's no proxy. Oh, despite that, he is going for the Zealot first. Interesting. Oh, no, I cancel. Okay. Does cancel the Zealot, so this time he doesn't waste any resources on a Zealot. Does go straight for the Nexus. And we're building up. Again, double gas opener into a faster factory. herO does confirm. Does confirm. And we're still waiting for a tech of choice. herO has been mixing it up quite a bit this series. We spoke about it, but both in Game 1 and Game 2, we've seen delayed Stargate and delayed Phoenix production out of herO, and has been able to catch ByuN off guard. We'll see if he does it again. 3 games in a row. We'll see if he does it again. As ByuN is once again going into his own 1-1-1. That moves out. ByuN's moving in. Toss right in the mineral line. Adept will be able to lay the CC. Not bad. Kills a worker. Oh. Kills a worker. Gonna be zoned away. Barely pulling out. And herO, okay, it's been a while since we've seen this build. It's going to be a Twilight Council opener, 2-gate blink into a 3rd. Very greedy here out of herO. This is an opener that has fallen out of fashion and fallen out of favor, especially in recent metas. But I do really like this against ByuN. Basically, this build is quite greedy, and the reason why it fell out of fashion, fell out of the meta, was because how prevalent 2-base all-ins have been. Again, 2-base all-ins have been very prevalent in the TVP meta over the past couple of months, ever since even pre-DreamHack Dallas. But, as I mentioned at the start of this series, and that I harp on, is that ByuN is one that is less likely to go for 2-base all-ins out of all the players out there, so I do think that herO is relatively safe, being this greedy and cutting this many corners. At the same time, he does deflect the drop. ByuN back at home, once again, just like Game 1, going for Hyperflight Rotors, getting into Banshee speed. And we'll see if he can actually make use of this time. Last game, they just went down and they didn't really pay for themselves. ByuN did fall behind. This time we'll see what he can get done. He does scout the timing of the 3rd, he knows. Okay, so he does scout the 3rd base, he knows how greedy herO is being. ByuN has to make a choice. Has to make a choice here. But again, he's investing in harassing, so he should be getting a 3rd base. ByuN, he pokes in, pulls away, sees saturation. Getting caught out. Speak offs out of herO. He's off the Reaper Hellion. He's up the army. Getting into safety immortal production. Do you think that's wise? Getting ready for what comes next. As we're still waiting for either 2 more Maxes or a 3rd CC to determine whether or not ByuN is going to commit on 2 bases. Upon seeing that 3rd base again, he may decide to commit. So he's being active. Station checks for reinforcements. Stand +1 on combat shields on the way. Almost done. And ByuN, he will get his 3rd base. So yeah, we were looking for the 2 extra Raxes, never got them. So he didn't get the 4th and 5th ranks, he instead gets a 3rd base. ByuN is pushing, that is true, but herO, he should get away with this greedy build. We'll see though. ByuN dropping into the main. Okay. Oh, never mind. No. Oh, he gets baited! Oh, he gets baited! Oh my god, does pull away. The medevac barely survives. Ay, ay, ay. That was almost disastrous here. herO, he got too excited. herO, he went too soon. He was premature, papi. Premature. Let ByuN come to you. herO does pick up one of the medevacs. One medevac goes down, the banshees are deflected. Oh. Banshees are pinned. herO, oh, that tells me that some stalkers pushing up into a concave. herO, he has to get the hell out of here. Pull away. And force fields goes for the guardian shield instead. Does get a medevac. Goes down, bit of a back and forth trade as herO bleeds out stalkers. That was 3 stalkers falling. Medevac and Marauder and a couple of Marines. And herO now taking up not into Storm, but into Colossus. Sire on the way. herO coming in from behind. Ah, but the army's in position. Yeah, herO, once again, he was just a little bit too soon. Here he does not find damage. ByuN is defending nicely. So I'll say go for the warp into the main. ByuN trying to respond. Let's try. Nice connection. Here he does have his Colossus, bearing in mind there's still no Storm or any further splash damage outside of his Colossus. Here is still coming in quite hard here. Can they catch that the ghost? Speaking of, EMP on the Colossus. EMP on the Zealots as well. Taking a lot of EMPs to the face. More EMPs landing. So you're just trying to brute force it. Just trying to get on top of the ghosts. The Vikings are being cleaned up. The Colossus, they get a lot of damage on the back line. Yeah, he does it. He breaks through. The Colossus, they do so much. Picking off workers. Straight picking off medevacs. Workers are being pulled. Here come the boys, but now there's a 3rd Colossus. Yeah, 3 Colossus moving in. Nice control with the Prism. Prism is targeted, but it looks like herO, he will overwhelm. GG gets called. herO, he breaks through that offensive line. And herO will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew, GG, well played. A very strong timing there from herO before ByuN can really hit his stride. Again, it was a pretty intense game, pretty back and forth. When it came to the lead up to that, ByuN, he had a choice to make to try to punish herO's economy, but herO, he got away with his greed. He got away with his greed, he got away with his opener, able to snowball out of control with his Colossus move out. Only with 2 Colossus, but he controlled it well. Did control it well. GG, well played. Whew. With that, herO does claim the series, and with that, we're getting into our next matchup, but ByuN, he did play well for himself. Did play well. Again, last time they faced off, it was more one-sided for herO, so really cool to see ByuN taking a map and forcing that ace match. As now we're getting ready for our next matchup here. Up next is going to be a best of 3 between MaxPax and Trigger. Oh boy. Again, last time they faced off, it was more one-sided for herO, so really cool to see ByuN taking a map and forcing that ace match. As now we're getting ready for our next matchup here. Up next is going to be a best of 3 between MaxPax and Trigger. Oh boy. PvPs are upon us. Again, we still have a lot of matches remaining here. Heading back on over to the brackets. We're only halfway through the first round. And remember, we're casting everything tonight. Let's go. Let us go. So again, we still have a Trigger versus Max Packs and Classic versus Hero Marine remaining. Let's go. The remaining matches are going to be played out on the NA server after the quarterfinals. Then we have the semis and then the grand finals thereafter. We're going to be going on a very short break. When we come back, we'll have that Protoss versus Protoss. We'll have Max Packs and Trigger. We'll see you soon. See you soon after the break. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the rest of the initial round, to the quarterfinals of the LiuLi Cup Weekly Weekly August edition 2025, the monthly finals. Here we go for the month of August, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the orange Protoss player. We have the Canadian Protoss representing Basilisk. It is a Trigger. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player. We have the Danish Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is Max Packs. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. As I just realized something, by the way, as you can get your gamba going, I just realized that we are in the PvP portion of the bracket. Very quickly here. As you can see, by the way, we have a Protoss confirmed. As you can see here, we have herO waiting for the winner of Max Packs and Trigger. So we have one of these three Protoss players confirmed for the finals. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be, Pappy? Let's go. for now, we have a 2-gate opener, 2-gate opener at a trigger, likewise 2-gate opener at a Max. Who has the best PvP amongst these 3 players? Let's go, baby, let's go. As trigger, he does hide a probe, and it looks like he is looking to hide a pylon. Okay, so cheeky move at a trigger. Show us that pylon. The pylon has been thrown down. Max, of course, he probe scouts, and Max, he confirms that the pylon is missing. I should also mention as well that, again, Max did open up 2-gate Max. He is done with the quote-unquote Max opener. Max for the past month, maybe even almost 2 months at this point, has been going for non-stop 2-gate openers, has been cheesing, has been going for more aggressive builds, has been playing more standard, I should say more unorthodox to how he usually would play. Oh, and I assumed it was a fake proxy pylon. It is real. It is very much so real. Now, is Trigger aware that Max no longer cuts corners? Is he aware that Max now typically plays 2-gate? Because if Trigger hasn't been watching StarCraft as of late, then he wouldn't know this. Oh boy. And there we go. We have the 2 gateways, 2-gateway opener into a Stargate. And the proxy gets found. Oof, the proxy is found. Max is fully aware as to what's going on. And we'll see if he can defend. Of course, he has access to Void Rays, so he can go into a Void Ray defense. More importantly, you can go into Phoenixes. That's another way to shut down the War Prism. Both Void Rays and Phoenixes, they have the same role to shut down the Prism and to lay siege from the sky. Shall see. Shield batteries are amassing. It's going to be Prism first, followed by the Immortal. And here it comes. Here comes Trigger. Trigger into the main. Going for the Oracle first. Ooh, bold move. Bold move out of Max. Adepts have arrived. They head for the mineral line. 2 Adepts, they can one-shot probes. They can and they will. They get 1. They get 2. Probe kills. Not bad. Oh, ooh, nice. Very nice pick up. Max takes down one of the Adepts. Pulls back to the shield battery. Meanwhile, Trigger, he does have the 3rd gateway up and running. Goes for a massive warp into the main. He is warping in, he's not making any more, so we go. The first Immortal now has begun. This Trigger, he does get 6 probes. It's okay damage. Yes, okay. Trigger does get some damage. At the same time, Max he doesn't go into a Void Ray, he goes into a Robo response. Robo into defensive Immortals. Also bearing in mind, Max never expanded. True. Never did expand. Technically, if Trigger gets enough damage done, he could even try to expand himself. Could try to. Does pull away. And just still building up into now a 2nd Immortal. He's still very much so all in. Trigger, he does have the Concave. Max pushing down the ramp into Trigger. That is not the play. Max getting called out. Trigger still reinforcing. And Max, calm down. Calm down. This Trigger does get the better trade, now getting some of the gateways. Deflected. Trigger, he wants that gateway. And he will get it. Gateway goes down. Ooh, Trigger panicking. I will bleed out a sentry and an Adept. gateway units are falling. A rough fight for Trigger. Trigger, we have to back up. Again, he's pushing up into a concave. And Trigger let out most of his gateway army. 3 Stalkers survived. Trigger, he wants that second gate. This time pulls away. Ooh, nice move out of MaxX, catching out the reinforcing Immortal. Aye, 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 and he will get it. Brutal pickoff. Trigger, he's gonna go, he's gonna send it. But again, he's pushing up a ramp. Does shade in, going for the Immortal. He should bring it down. Nice pickup. Gets the Immortal. Gets the Immortal, boys are being pulled, the reinforcements have arrived. Oh, he's taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage. Oh no, the Immortals, they're too low. They're far too low here, and one Immortal is going to go down. And MaxX, holding. MaxX, holding on. Again, Trigger, he has no army. He has nothing. He has nothing left. He's just been trading too poorly, bleeding out too many gateway units. This is it. 2 Immortals. Remaining. The Prism gets hunted down. Aye, aye, aye. There's no way out of this, and Trigger, he'll lose everything. All the Immortals go down. The Prism as well. What does he have left? He has 1 Immortal in the center. He's got a handful of gateway units. Recalls the Immortal. And MaxX can expand. He can move out, he can expand. At this point, the all-in has failed. And again, MaxX, he doesn't have to push up the ramp. He can just chill, take over the natural, and take his base. I mean, he has supply to actually push up the ramp as well, true. Let Epsay do get into the main, okay. Down to their shots. Ooh, at the same time, MaxX depowers the gateways. One. That is 7 probes. Decent F-set popping off. Oh my god. 8 probes going down. MaxX. His economy in the gutter here. Trigger, can he hold? I mean, again, Trigger's army is tiny. Like, he doesn't really have much of an army to work with, but if he can buy time for reinforcements, I was gonna say for warpins, he has no gateway. He has no gateway. Sentries are getting caught out. Cybercore goes down. So we should have enough. Should. As boys being pulled so far, MaxX does respect it. Pulls away. Trigger holding. Okay. Again, it's not easy pushing him to 4 shield batteries. True. And there it is. Keep Nexus. There it is. Nexus finally gets thrown down, and Max actually just backs off. He just backs off. He's like, you know what? I probably shouldn't try to push into you. Let's just back up, calm things down, and build up into a macro game and get further ahead. I would have liked this space a little bit earlier, but MaxX was so down because he lost, what, 6, 7, 8 probes earlier, like a couple of moments ago. That did slow down MaxX. Now he's expanding, jumping into the main base. Nice movement here by Trigger. But MaxX, he does get away. Let's get away. You can always recall. as MaxPax is moving out with his War Prism. Gets spotted. Thankfully, he gets within range of only the sentries. As MaxPax pulls away. Nice catch on the Prism. Prism goes down. And the army's trapped. Yeah, Trigger, he's trapped. The writing's been on the wall for a while here. The Trigger, he should lose everything. As he's down once again to a single immortal. Yeah. Max tempted, but does pull away as we do have a defensive warp in. We got plenty of immortal, so. Plenty of immortal. GG gets caught, and MaxPax does take game number 1. Does take a lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. MaxPax takes the lead, and we'll see if he can claim the series here and now, or if Trigger can bounce back and force the ace match. Oh boy. Here we go. Again, it was a really rough start there for Trigger as he... I mean, we spoke about it earlier. Things were quite close between the two of them until Trigger tried to push up the ramp into the main base. That's when he bled out most of his Gale units. He traded too inefficiently. He fell behind. Things very quickly snowballed out of control from there. Otherwise, Trigger did have the opportunity himself to expand and to get his own natural and to contain MaxPax. Opted not to, and in the end did have some just poor trades against MaxPax. GG, well played, and now getting into game 2, we'll see if Trigger kind of learns his lesson here. As I mentioned, MaxPax nowadays is less prone to these cheeses, less prone to these proxies, just because MaxPax no longer does open up in such a greedy way. No longer does he go for gate expands. He's more often than not opening up 2 gates. That is how he has been adjusting. Has been doing things. Two lobbies have been made. Very good, very good. We found ourselves. Is there another event going on? No, okay. Here we go, we're getting into game number 2. It's going to be on Tokamak. Ooh, one of the larger maps in the map pool. And we'll see if Trigger goes for another proxy, or if he does kind of slow things down, get into a more standard opener. We get into the mid game. We'll see. We shall see. Again, for those that have been watching, it's only been like a month, maybe a month and a half that MaxPax he has stopped going for these like gate cyber stargate expand builds. He's been opening up 2 gates, and again he's been improving so much in PvP as a result. He's been getting better and better results. For a time, PvP was MaxPax's worst matchup this year, but has been improving quite steadily. Has been improving, has been getting better results. Has been great to see the growth of MaxPax as a player over the past couple of months. And here we go. We're now getting into Tokamak. Spawning in the bottom hand corner of Tokamak, we have the Canadian Protoss player. We have the orange Protoss down in the series, but looking to bounce back. Representing Basilisk, it is a Trigger. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Danish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. Here we go. Whew. Again, as a reminder, the winner of this series does advance on to play off against herO in the semifinals. Oh boy, the non-stop PvP is back. Let's go. Let's go. I'm ready for it. As we are opening up. So far, everything looking as it should. Now, loading into Tokamak, the map is large, true, but specifically PvP, that's a little bit less applicable just because of the way that the warband mechanic works. So these larger maps are still prone to being proxied and can still hide some buildings and hide some pylons. Once again, 2-gate opener at a MaxPax. As we mentioned before, this is the normal now for MaxPax, has been the case for quite some time. Does open up 2-gate. So does Trigger. Oh, he's doing it again. God damn it. As Trigger, he moves out the probe, he gets ready for the proxy pylon. Oh boy. Pylon has been thrown down, and now Trigger can head over to the other side, and he can proxy on the other side of the mineral wall. This is a prime location for a proxy robo for a 1-base all-in. Oh boy. As we're waiting for the Cybercore. Waiting for the Cybercore. Cybercore is now complete, and show us the proxy. Show us the robo. There it is, proxy robo out of Trigger. Same build, same all-in, and we'll see if MaxPax can find it anywhere near as quickly. Remember, winding it back, in game 1, MaxPax, he found the proxy real fast and real quick. We'll see if we can do it again. Now, it's important checking the vision. MaxPax, he knows that the pylon is missing. He already knows that, so he's checking. He's scouting on the right-hand side. It looks like he's checking the proxy Stargate location. So this location here is very common for Stargates, as the rush distance by air is very short to go into the main base. So he's checking for the Stargate on the right. Adept likewise also moving on the right-hand side as well. So MaxPax, he's looking. Adept does shade towards the mineral patch, but does overshoot. And MaxPax, he does see nothing. He sees nothing. MaxPax, he expands because of that. This is already looking better for Trigger, better compared to game 1. MaxPax does open up Stargates, but this time he's investing into a base. And this base is going to be more accessible here for Trigger. Trigger, he could pull this off. Things are looking better. What we're seeing here is that MaxPax is gambling. He's gambling quite a bit. He's hoping that it's a fake proxy pylon or it's a Stargate. We'll see if MaxPax can make a stand. The Immortal is revealed. The shield battery is going to go down. Shield battery falls, pushing up the ramp. Adepts, they look down the. Oh, they try to look down the Stalkers. Barely not. Barely not. Oh, we'll bleed out these Adepts though. Adepts do bleed out. The Immortal taking a lot of damage. Oh, Trigger has to pull back, and he will lose the. He will not. Oh my god, it barely does save it. Barely does save the Immortal. Nice control out of Trigger. Very nice control. Saves the Immortal. Chases down the Stalkers. Oh. A little bit late. A little bit late there with that pickup. More Immortals on the way. The Immortal was delayed. The 2 Stalkers back at home. MaxPax is deflected. Oh, no paying attention. Oracle goes down. Yeah, MaxPax, he was distracted. He's going for his Void Ray defense. This time he does not make it this time he does not make a robo. This time no Immortal production. Relying on the Void Rays instead. He's building on more Void Rays. Because the Oracle just went down, it means that Trigger, yep, now he doesn't have to leave anything at home to defend. And that was a big blow to MaxPax losing that Oracle. He's moving in. He's got 9 Stalkers, 3 Immortals against 2 Void Rays and 3 Stalkers. And the Shield Batteries have a lot of work to do. Nice, very nice force fields. So it's back to the army. Does run away. His Mac alignment is about to run out. Boys are being pulled. Here comes another shield battery. Ah, but there's just so much DPS here. Nice save on the Stalker. Does move in. Has Trigger, yeah, he does kite back. He does overwhelm. Breaks through the ground army. Takes down the shield batteries. Does catch the probes. And as we mentioned, it was just a rough start here for Max as he did try to call his opponent's bluff. Did go for the expansion. He was greedier this game compared to game 1, and Trigger did punish. Trigger punishes, and Trigger is snowballing out of control. He's going for the win. He's going for the kill. There's a force field. Speaking of, there it is. Tells force from the ramp. Gateway goes down. Max sees supply load. He can't make any more Void Rays. Oh, Prism goes down though. That's time for the Prism. No more juggling. That was a big misstep there from Trigger. He will lose an Immortal. That should not have happened. Trigger with some miscontrol. Max he's holding on to the main. That should have been game. That should have been game then and there. With high ground, Trigger could have kept reinforcing, could have kept pushing in. But the Voiders are holding. Trigger does try to race back home. He has a lot of Stalkers, okay. Stalkers are revealed. Yeah, instantly the Void Rays turn back around. Who catches who? Oh! Void Rays get caught. Nice all damage. Void Rays are getting caught out. We can see Trigger trying to hunt him down. Does Trigger find the pylon? It looks like he will. Let's find the pylon. Void Rays get the hell out of there. And that would be a good time to expand. Like Trigger, he can just chill. He's getting into Blink, so he's taking up. There it is. There's the expansion. This is what I wanted out of Trigger last game. Just you gain map control, you gain momentum. Just calm down. Take the expansion. You don't have to push up into 3 shield batteries. You don't have to do that. And Trigger is getting further ahead. The pressure is now on Max, and he does have those, what, 4 Void Rays? Trigger out of position. Pylon goes down. It's a Stalker as well. Guess who? Oh, force the recall. Oh, God. Yeah, please add a couple of Void Rays. 2 Void Rays go down. That was not quite worth it. And Max, does he just try to play from behind? Probes in position. Now what's important is that yes, we have a base on the way, but this hasn't paid for itself yet. So the army's actually still quite similar, and Max can still win a fight and still snowball out of control. But he does bleed out a Zealot. Every unit counts. The boys are being pulled. Oh my God. Wait. It's all or nothing. The boys are being pulled. Max, he will not attempt to expand. It's all or nothing. But it's quickly turning into nothing. Oh, nice catch on the Immortal. Okay. Nice catch, but again, the longer this goes on, the worse it is for Max. Without a War Prism, he will get another Immortal. Nice catch. Gets the second Immortal. Second Immortal goes down. Now it's purely Blink Stalker. Trying to be careful. goes back, saturating his natural. Does have protection. And Trigger, he's waiting to receive. Spots the main army, spots reinforcements. It is soon go time. As that's going to be 3 immortals. Trigger's the shields. No shield batteries? Uh-oh. Voids are being pulled, no shield rush to defend. He does go for the Void Rays. But they activate for his Mac alignment. Has to be respected. Force fields, they plug up the army. But the Void Rays, they have so low HP. 1 Void Ray goes down. Gets 1. Gonna go to 3. Go 3 Void Ray kills. Now diving in the Immortals. Not the cleanest trade, but Trigger, he will completely shut this down. And we are going to the ace match. GG. Trigger ties it up. We're going to game 3. Whew. GG. Well played. We're going to game 3. We're going to the ace match. Well played here by Trigger. Again, winding it back. Trigger, he went for the same build 2 games in a row. Max did not go for the same response. Remember, Max, he did not confirm the proxy. He took a chance. He decided to expand. He decided to expand. Went for a Stargate opener. Stuck with the Stargate into Void Ray. Went for a delayed Robo as well. Went for the low ground defense, and he failed to defend the low ground. In the end, Max, he got punished. He got shut down, and Max, he fell behind. And with that, we're now getting into the ace match, and we'll see how this story ends. We'll see where this takes us. We'll see if Max will get the win, or if Trigger will claim the win instead. Let's go. Let us go. Now, does Trigger proxy Robo 3 games in a row? I don't like the idea of him doing that, right? Like, we spoke about how Max was so greedy last game. I actually would really like to see either a proxy Stargate or a fake proxy pylon at a Trigger. I think that'd be really smart. I think at this point he might get into Max's head and make him believe it's going to be a Robo when it isn't. But we'll see. We'll see. Meanwhile, shout to Sound though in the chat. Gah, Papi Gah. Good to see you, Papi. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. The 100 bits. As we're getting into the ace match, the final game of the series this morning, in the bottom right-hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the Canadian Protoss player. We have the orange Protoss representing Basilisk. It is a Trigger. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player. The red Protoss, the Danish Protoss representing Stars Gaming. It is Max. We go. Whew. Go. So we are going to be settling in. And once again, we should be expecting 2 gate openers. So it is 2 gate opener out of Max, 2 gate opener out of... Oh. A little bit misplaced there, but a delayed 2 gate opener out of Trigger. The probe moves out, and Trigger, where are we headed? Oh. Fake proxy pylon. Okay, so I wanted either a fake proxy pylon or a proxy Stargate. That's what I wanted out of Trigger. And it looks like we're going for the fake out. And we'll see if we can get into Max's head. So if you remember, Trigger, his probe was actually rallied on the right first, which Max saw, and then Trigger, he re-rallied to the left here to hide a fake pylon. So if Max were to scout, he should be scouting on the right-hand side of the map. Should be. As we are waiting for the Stargate. Sorry, we're waiting for the Cybercore. The probe does stick around. This location should not be a Robo. This could still be a Stargate opener. It could still be proxy Stargate. In a crazy world, this can be proxy Twilight Council. Oh my god. Okay. Proxy Twilight Council. Are we rushing to Dark Templar? Ay. Do we go for the Dark Shrine? Now, Max is going for a Stargate before Expand. This is going to be a setup here to get an economic lead. We can see that Max, he does scout on the left-hand side of the map with his probe. Scouting on the left. And he will not find the proxy. Doesn't find it, does go for the Oracle. And Max, he should be expanding from here. As he's still searching. Still searching for the proxy. Blink is... We're rushing into one base Blink? Are we going to throw down a third, then a fourth gateway? Is that the plan? That's... Let's go. See that? There's the proxy pylon. Okay, Max he's somewhat aware. And Max will make a Void Ray as a response. He will delay his expansion, but yeah, he just doesn't go for it. This time he doesn't go for it. So a much stronger response here by Max, which is why I'm not really too fond of the idea of Trigger actually going for an all-in. And he doesn't throw down extra gateways. He goes for the Nexus before the gateways. Max, he's setting up on a one base setup here. He's defending on one base. He's getting ready for an all-in that is not coming. Okay. And Max actually confirms. There we go. He scouts. He sees the base. Back at home. Do we cancel? Do we commit? He's going for his own expansion, but he is still going for the faster gateway, the faster robo, and Max he has to make use of this production. Max most likely is going to turn into the aggressor here. Because again, he has to make use of this. Oh boy. Go. If you had to count. Oh, you're gonna have to give more bits for me to try to count again. Ah, no. That's the sound. Trigger does move out. Does move out, does have Blink. Again, both players are building up into their two bases. Trigger does have the slight economic edge over Max. Does have that edge. Ooh, we'll take a stasis to the face. Aye. Does take the stasis. Trigger trying to force a way forward, but with the help of the shield battery, Max actually should be fine. Does hold. Oracles, they get across the map. Two Oracles, they can one-shot probes. They can and they will. 2, 3 probes going down. Oracles, they do barely get away. Get away. You're looking for a way in. Behind this, getting a third base. Again, Trigger, he's applying pressure, but he is still expanding behind it. Trying to get further ahead. Max has got a lot riding on those two Oracles. Done damage, yes, but he's hoping for more. Oh. Yeah, as Oracles, they're getting caught out. Ay. So if I mean Trigger, he is doing a decent job here. Eventually Maxpax will break out. Right, he's got a massive amount of immortals. In a head-on fight, Maxpax, he will win. Right now, Trigger, he has a more mobile army, a more mobile composition, so he can poke in, poke out, he can backstab, he can counterattack. But he cannot fight head-on. As charge is now done for Maxpax. Adapting to the natural. He gets a couple of ropes. It's a couple of probe kills. Here's the initial immortal. And finally, Trigger, he backs off. Maxpax, now we can expand. Do we expand or do we commit? How many gateways? So far, we're on 6, so it'll be 8 gates here for Maxpax. The Prism is out, he can push. Yeah, he can push. And he's got a more refined army. He's got Immortals, he's got Archons, he's got Chargeless, he's got everything he needs. Meanwhile, Trigger is still getting there. The Temple Archives is still on the way. Maxpax is also up when it comes to the upgrades. Does go for the expansion behind this. But we should soon be seeing Maxpax push. When it comes to Trigger, the ideal for our orange Protoss here is to just buy time. Is to buy time, is to counterattack, is to keep Maxpax busy. Speaking of Trigger, he finds a way into the natural. That is what we're looking for. Pokes in, gets 2 probes, pulls away. These little hidden run tactics are what Trigger has to rely on, and so far he's doing decently well. Again, just being so annoying to the main army. Ooh. Zealots was a Stalker. You see this entire time Trigger, he's just banking Zealots back at home, getting ready for the push. He needs those Archons. He's got 1 so far. As Maxpax, he spots the Stalkers. Trigger, he's hunting with the Observer. Does find it. Trigger goes down. Run into the main army. Trigger, he is cashing up with +1. By the time it kicks in, +2 is going to be done here for Maxpax. +2 is complete already. Jesus, that's a lot of Zealots. And Trigger, with the superior economy, can he have one with pure charge lots? He's going to be pushing into 5 Archons. Oof. I think the best he can hope for is to peel off into the bases. He's going to try to dive in. Again, he cannot fight head on, not into a choke point like that. Trigger has to let Maxpax come to him. Zealots do get into the natural. Trigger is going to try to commit. He's going for the Archons. Archons are getting exposed. He wants them. He's going to get him. There we go. 1 Archon goes down. He gets 1. He gets 2. 3 Archons left. And he breaks through. He breaks through the main army. The mass Zealot is going to be enough. The boys are being pulled. Here come the reinforcements. And Trigger, he's done it. Whew, he has done it. Again, the entire time he was just massing up those Zealots. He breaks through all the Archons, gets himself the Immortals, and there is no more Gateway army. And with that Trigger, he will advance on. GG gets called. Trigger, he takes the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. That Trigger does claim the series 2-1. GG with the non-stop aggression here. But I loved how he played out this series. Again, game 1 and game 2, he had the cheese, he had the aggression, he had the proxy. Game 3, he went for a fake out. He went for a proxy Twilight Council didn't commit into an all-in. He got a faster natural, he got a faster third base, he had a better economy. As a result, he had a larger army as well. It was a lower quality army, that is true, but remember, he was trying to bait max packs into him. He was also able to catch max packs out of position. Trigger, he was able to gain access to the natural base, able to force max packs to respond to him, and with that Trigger, he popped off. GG, well played. A very impressive play there out of Trigger. And with that, we have our first two finalists. Sorry, semi-finalists. We have our top two semi-finalists here. Is going to be Trigger and herO. Let's go. Before Trigger and herO, of course, we will be getting ready with Classic and herO Marine, as we can switch things over and catch up on the final best of 3 of the quarterfinals. Bam! As you can see here, we have Trigger facing off against herO in the semis, as Max Pax is out of the tournament. Likewise, so is ByuN. Max Pax and ByuN are out. So is Cure, and we have one series left. It's gonna be Classic versus herO Marine. As a reminder, after the quarterfinals, then we get into the semis, and then the grand finals thereafter. Let's go, baby, let's go. We're getting there. As a reminder as well, these are all best of 3s except for the finals. So finals will be a best of 5, but semifinals are also best of 3s. Vetoes are underway, and when we come back, we will have Classic and Big Gabe facing off in that Protoss versus Terran matchup. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the final series of the quarterfinals of the LiuLi Cup Weekly 2025 August edition. Again, the first monthly finals for LiuLi Cup Weekly. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the German Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Mouse. It is herO Marine. It is the biggest of games. Let's go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our best of 3. Let's go. Let us go. Now, when it comes to this matchup here, it's going to be an interesting dynamic. We don't often get to see Gabe versus Classic. I mean, in general, we don't get to see much of Gabe at all. Gabe, notoriously, he does not play in many online tournaments, in many open cups at all. Whether it's Wardy TV Monday, whether it's Monday Night Weeklies, whether it's Pegasaur Cups, KSLs, STCs, CSOs, like here Marine, he just typically does avoid them. He's been very vocal about his disdain for open cups, but that has been changing in recent times to the point where he was active enough in LiuLi Cup to actually be able to be invited and seeded into the monthly finals. So great to actually see some big Gabe, but he's up against arguably the best Protoss in the world, or at least the highest placing Protoss player in the most recent EWC. I mean, hey, he's the world's champion runner-up, right? He's the runner-up, is top 2. So it's not going to be easy here for Gabe. Oh boy. Not going to be easy. Double gas opener into a passive factory. Now, if you recall, I was often referencing ByuN as being the most macro-oriented Terran player out there at the moment, more so than anyone else. Of course, I stand by that. Gabe, he has been a little more aggressive as of late. We've been seeing a little more cheese, a little more all-ins, a lot of 2-base play, but something else we've seen a lot of is mech. Not just from Gabe, to be fair. We've seen a lot of mech from Cure, mech from Maru, in TVP specifically is what I'm referring to, against Protoss. We've seen a lot of mech against Protoss as of late. Gabe has also been one to embrace mech against Protoss as well. When I say mech, I specifically do mean battle mech. I say that there is a build on Pylon that has been very trendy, where you open up battle mech, then you switch into a more traditional form of mech. You turtle up, you max out, then you push. It's been very trendy on Pylon. So we'll keep an eye on Gabe to see where he takes us. Let's go. I would not be surprised if we see mech at some point in this series, but at the same time, it is a best of 3, so shorter series. We'll keep an eye. Double Reaper into the main. So our Classic is keeping up. Oh my god, very nice force field. And with that, does he get both? He does. Oh, that's a rough start. That was crazy by Classic, by the way. Usually you get maybe one, but no, he gets both Reapers there. A very strong start for our Protoss player, and Gabe, he will have to back off. He'll have to regroup. He's going to have that much less to threaten, and that much less to really, threaten that natural. Has to pull away. Will lose map control. Behind this, going for his follow-up, getting to drop play here. Medevac is on the way, Cyclone as well. And behind this, Classic Blink safe. A Blink-based opener with extra gateways and a Robo all on 2 gates. Sorry, all on 2 bases, I didn't say. So 3-gate Blink into a Robo on 2 bases. He might take gases on 2 bases as well. We'll see how safe Classic wants to be. As Classic does poke in, Cyclone will deter, and the Cyclone might even punish. There's a recall, but can he get a Stalker? Oh, he does not. It does recall in time. Classic does preserve all his units. He has yet to lose anything. And Gabe, he doubles down. He's going into Cloak Banshee. Going into Cloak Banshee alongside tank production. Drops into the main base. Headed for the mineral line. Doesn't get much done. Doesn't kill a probe. Let's drop back into the main base. Classic's in position. Shield battery as well. Nice target firing on the Cyclone. Does get one Stalker and a couple of probes. Shield batteries out of NG. Oh no! Oh, Jesus. Hot pickup. Medevac does get the hell out of there. And Classic, he dives in. He goes for the dive. Ooh, bold move here as he cannot break through that tank. Doesn't break the tank. Gabe holds. Gabe, he does hold on. He defends back at home. That was how many Stalkers? It was 3 Stalkers going down. It was 1 across the map, 2 here at the natural. So Classic does get behind the mineral line. Oh. behind does threaten the main base. And there it is. Shouldn't be a surprise, as there's a reason why we brought this up at the start of the series, at the start of the game. Mech. We are going to mech it up here. As you mentioned, Gabe has been very fond of mech, and we did expect it at least once in the series. We're getting it here in game 1. Is there a chance we see mech every game in the series? There is a chance. But for now, I'm settling for just one game. This classic rotates. The tanks are exposed. He's going to get both. He's going to get both tanks. Aye, aye, aye. Where's the main army? Out of position. And before we can get into the mech here, the tank gun is reset. Tank gun is reset. 7 SCVs going down. Mining time is lost. And Classic, he's not done. He's going to chase this down. Oh. Tank does get in position. Classic, he can go for the add-on. Oh no, he can go for Macfield. Massive pickles. He will delay Gabe. Gabe is delayed. Macfield accelerators go down. Dives on the tanks. Tanks are unsieged. And this is getting out of hand. This is becoming far too much here. Prism goes down, so no more warpins, no more reinforcements. But this is still critical damage. As he breaks through all the key units here, the Cyclones, the tanks. GG gets called, and Classic, he will take game number 1. He will take a lead in the series. GG. Whew, GG, well played. A very, very strong performance there by Classic. He defended very well back at home against the Reaper Hellion. We saw that Gabe was able to punish a little bit with the Cyclone drop. True, he was able to get some damage done at least. But as Gabe was transitioning into mech, as we saw all those factories on the way, bam, that's when we saw Classic punish. It was hyper aggressive in Gabe's face. Gabe, he needed a little bit more time to stabilize, to build up and get into the mech. Couldn't quite get there. GG. GG, well played. With that, Classic takes the lead, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. Game 2 is going to be on Pylon. This is going to be an interesting one. Now, as we get into Pylon, Pylon is a much shorter map of the map pool, smaller map, aggression is favored, 100%, rush distance by ground is shorter. And if you recall, when I was discussing mech initially at the start of the series, I was talking about how there's a build that is quite trendy and popular where you open up battle mech, then you go into a more traditional form of mech, you go into this more turtle heavy style with tanks, and then you max out, then you push across the map. The reason why this works well on Pylon is because the map is so small. It doesn't take long at all for a mech army to push across the map. Mech armies are typically very immobile, they're very slow, especially tank heavy ones, but if you have a small map, it doesn't really matter as much. You can get across the map real fast and real quick on Pylon, so we could see our Terran player embrace that, but we'll get more into it. For now, spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Pylon, we have the South Korean Protoss player, we have the Blue Protoss, leading the series 1-0, representing Protoss Pro, it is a Classic. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the German Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Mouse. Down of the series. We'll see if Mouse back. We'll see if he can make a series out of this. It is a herO Marine. We go. Here we go. So again, there is that popular and trendy mech build that you can go for here on Pylon. But what I will say, after seeing attempted mech in game 1, I think there's a higher chance that we don't see mech in game number 2. And we don't need to. When it comes to how small the map is, again, 2 base all-ins have been very effective on Pylon. Double gas opener, faster factory, same opener out of Gabe 2 games in a row. We'll keep an eye on his build of choice. If he delays his starports, then we could see him throw down extra Raxes and commit into a 2 base all-in. We'll keep an eye on his build. Otherwise, he could go into, once again, a tank Banshee heavy opener. We'll see. Gabe has options. So does Classic. This Pylon does go both ways in terms of how you can be aggressive. Let's go both ways. We are going to be settling in. Nothing too crazy yet. There's no proxies, there's no hidden setup, no hidden tech. Technically, Gabe could turn this into a one-base stall in and go 1-1-1, but he's setting up for the CC. There it is on location. So just a tech-heavy start. From here, we can go Reaper Hellion again. Otherwise, he could go for earlier add-ons. Go for Reactor Reaper Hellion. You can go for an early Tech Lab. Classic being very safe. We already have a shield battery on the way at the natural and a shield battery in the main. He did scout the opener of choice, so he's respecting that quite a bit. And he's getting ready. Now, we saw last game he was able to snipe both Reapers early on. Can he do it again? Ooh, as one Reaper does fall. Shield does not catch the second Reaper. Despite that nice catch from Classic, doesn't lose a probe. Does not lose a worker. Again, catches out the Hellion. Boys are saved. Classic holds. Behind this, setting up for a mine drop follow-up. Classic once again going to a 3-gate blink opener. Once again, Robo on 2 bases. There's the third gateway. Same opener 2 games in a row for a Classic. Gabe is mixing it up. Remember, last game he went for initially Reaper Hellion into a Hellion drop follow-up. Here, he goes Reaper Hellion into a Widow Mine drop instead. Oh, as Gabe, he does forget one of his Widow Mines. Does move out. Does move out. We can see Gabe going straight into tank production thereafter. Building up his tanks. Tech Lab on the starport. From here, we can go into Banshees. And Cloak Banshees are on the way. Hallucination does confirm everything. Oof. And Hallucination does confirm. Gabe does drop in. Does drop in. Oh! Oh, the boys didn't pull away in time. And probes are going down. That was how many? That was 5? Yeah, 5 worker kills. Very nice setup here from Gabe. Very nice. It's 5 probes. Gabe does even escape with the Widow Mines, so a much better start here for Gabe. 5 workers, saves the Widow Mines, pulls away, and back at home, 3rd TC, and you see what I see? 2nd factory. If you recall, I wasn't really hanging too much on seeing mech 2 games in a row, but there it is, so it is going to be 2nd factory. We are meching it up once again. And now we'll see if he goes for that tank-heavy style that we spoke about, that more turtle-heavy style that we have been seeing quite trendy and quite popular on Pylon. We already spoke about like its strength and its power, the fact that you can turtle up on 3 bases, or even on 4 bases, you can max out, then push across the map. But we'll see if he can get there, because Classic, he has arrived. War Prism is here, Blink is done, he's got 12 Stalkers. He does have 1 tank in the middle line, he's going for the tank though! Yeah, 1-2 volleys, late reaction, no bunker! Yeah, no bunker either. So the tank does reposition, once again diving on the tank. Tank goes down, can he get on top of the Banshee? The Banshee does get away. And Gabe is holding. Gabe, for now, he's holding on, there is no detection. The Banshee getting free damage, but he wants to go for the kill. Classic, he's going for it. He's punishing the lack of bunker. He does punish. Boys are being pulled. Again, thankfully for Gabe, there is no detection. As both Banshees cloak. And if it wasn't for the lack of observer, then Gabe, he might just be dead right now. He might still be. As the Observer has arrived. Oof, yeah, the Observer's finally here. That was the one thing keeping Gabe alive. Were the Banshees. Classic, he dives in. Takes down the tank. Takes down the Banshee. Oh, still a messy fight. So a lot of Stalkers get low. We're massing Hellions. I mean, whatever we can make. Whatever we can get, Pappy. True, true. Hellions, hey, they get a couple of Stalkers. Jeez, the splash damage. Hellions, they hold their own. Oh, but reinforcements have arrived. And again, Gabe doesn't really have too much to work with here. He does have a tank out in the open. Remember, he is trying to get into mech, making 2 tanks at a time. And Gaby's holding on. He does hold. Gaby has a comparable, if not greater, economy. Third base is now being taken. It's going to be on Classic here to delay. Or even just blink into the main. He's going for it. Yeah, he's going for the dive. Dives into the main base. Getting on top of the ramp. Catching out Hellions. Going for the add-ons as well. Doesn't quite get macro accelerators. Actually, he does. Never mind. Gets both. Blinks down. Now going for the CC. Just pulling Gabe apart. Bouncing back and forth. CC goes down. Classic, he's popping up. He's popping up. And this is looking rough for Gabe. It's looking quite rough here. He needs a third. He needs an economy. As Gabe, he will be able to defend and turtle up on 2 bases. Classic getting a 4th. 4th Nexus on the way. And Gaby's contained. He's stuck on 2 bases. That's all the Classic has to do, by the way. He does not have to push into the tank line. Just contain the Terran on 2 bases. Ensure that Gabe never expands. And then just outscale the Terran. Gabe not too far behind in supply at this. What do we say on the channel? The soup does lie. The soup does lie. So Gabe, he can turn this into a 2-base all-in. True. Like, he has a comparable army. A 2-base all-in might be the best option here for Gabe. Because as time goes on, it's going to get better and better for Classic. So we'll see if Gabe can pop off. He might be able to pull the boys with this. He's got 31 SCVs. So far does catch out a couple of Stalkers. At the same time, ooh, Zealots into the main base. Okay, we gotta send it. Doesn't pull the boys. He has 45. Jesus, he's heavily oversaturated. Oh, but here come the Storms. Storms is actually quite decent on Battle Mech. Yeah, the Storms are popping up. And from here, GG gets called. Classic, he shuts down the army, shuts down the all-in, and Classic will claim the series at 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Classic does claim it. Again, an intense series here. Gabe attempted to get into the mech. Unfortunately, because of the mobility of Classic, he was just pulling Gabe apart back and forth in the main base. At the third base, as we were pointing out, Gabe, he was all in. He had no economy. He couldn't sustain getting into a longer game, so he was forced to move out. And it was all that he had. And he had a comparable army size, but he was caught unsieged, and we saw the Storms completely annihilate that army. GG. GG, well played. With that, Classic does advance on into the next round. GG, and with that we have our semi-finalists ready. Let's go. Let us go. As we switch our scenes over. We switch our scenes over here to our main bracket. Here we go. So we do have a Trigger and herO. Again, Trigger and herO, they are the top 2 players from the upper half of the bracket. Max is out, ByuN is out, and Trigger and herO, they're facing off in the upper semis. Scrolling down, we have Rogue. He took down Cure, and Classic, of course, just took down Gabe. And we have Rogue and Classic facing off in the lower semifinals. GG. GG, well played. So Rogue and Classic, they are facing off. I'm actually not entirely certain which semis we're casting first. I'll be honest. We'll find out. I think it's gonna be herO and Trigger. I believe, yeah. So herO versus Trigger is gonna be coming up next. Meanwhile, shout out to Gabe. Shout out to Gabe, of course. Gabe, he did bring to the table a more unique style. I say unique style, as I mentioned before, mech has been a little more common over the past couple of months, especially on some of these maps like Pylon as well. Unfortunately, because it's so common, like Classic, he's a lot more well versed against it, especially in the same region as players like Maru and players like Cure. And with that, Classic did shut him down. But regardless, GG well played. With that, we're going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, we'll have our next series, we'll have our next semis, we'll have Trigger and herO facing off in the PvP. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semi-finals of the LiuLi Cup Weekly 2025 August edition. Again, we have the monthly finals ready for you, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Leylands, we have the Canadian Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the Protoss player himself. We have the South Green Protoss. It is herO. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our PvP. Let's go, Papi, let's go. Again, to determine which of these two Protoss players will make it to the grand finals. Which of these two will be Trigger? Will it be herO? Let's go. These two, they have gone back and forth. Again, if you've been watching Trigger as of late, especially Trigger's stream, you'll know that Trigger, he has been taking maps and taking series off of herO throughout the course of the year, but on a very, irregular basis. It's been very inconsistent here. Trigger, he can pop off in PvP, or he cannot. So it's going to be a dicey one here. I would not be surprised if this goes to the Ace match. There's a reason why Trigger just beat MaxPax of all players. Some people rate MaxPax very, very highly, especially when it comes to PvP, myself included, of course. MaxPax has been excelling in PvP as of late. Despite that, MaxPax does fall to Trigger, and we'll see if herO also falls to Trigger. As we're setting up for the proxy for the pilot. Let's go! Let's go! Pylon is being thrown down here in the center of the map. This is not a bad location for a proxy robot, by the way. It's a little bit further back, which also means it's harder to scout. Meanwhile, just catching up with the chat, is this Pink Floyd Echoes? If you're referring to the music playing during the break, unfortunately not. The music during the break is the Brood War OST. We only have the Brood War OST on repeat. Maybe one day we'll add the SE2, although the Wings of Liberty OST or something, but yeah, just the Brutal OST on repeat. And a nice read by herO. Oh my god, herO with the hard counter. So herO, he scouts, he sees that the pylon is missing, and how does herO respond? Bam! Robo responds here. This is a very defensive play, very defensive start. herO is looking to hard counter the cheese of Trigger. Now herO doesn't know what's going on. For all herO knows, it could be a fake pylon, it could be a proxy Stargate, it could be a proxy Robo. He doesn't know, but he's not taking chances. Here he does not take chances, he does open up Robo himself. As opposed to MaxPax, for example, who was taking chances. MaxPax, he was taking risks, he was being greedy at times, and MaxPax got punished for that. herO, nah, safe, man, safe. Likewise goes for a third gateway as well. herO, he refuses to expand. Does refuse. Diving on the Stalkers. Can he get one? That's a lot of damage already. Trigger coming in from behind. He does have the Immortal trying to bait out herO. And herO, he makes a beeline for that Stalker. He's going to get him. Yeah, he's going to get the Stalker. Takes him down. The Immortal lagging behind. herO, he can still take these fights. Of course, he confirms the Immortal. herO pulls away. Cancels the Shade. Here it does cancel. You can see Trigger trying to cut him off. When herO is getting cornered. Uh-oh. He was getting cornered, but he's going to be saved. Very nice save out of herO. Oh my. The setup, man. Yeah. Does save. Behind this, we have force fields. We have sentries. herO, he can defend. And herO should be making, there we go, his own Immortals. herO being proactive, diving on the army. Does trigger the shields. Immortals coming in, herO just warping into the face of Trigger. And once that Immortal, he zones away the prison, the Immortal gets picked off. Massive pickoff, ay. And Trigger is falling apart. He's falling apart already here again. herO just being so proactive. And again, punishing Trigger's build. Trigger, he drops across the map with a couple of Stalkers. At the same time, herO, he does find another Immortal, but oh, well, he's on a move. He's on a move. Losing another Stalker. herO trading very inefficiently here. Yeah, herO, who was not paying attention. But does kill the Immortal. Oh. For the warp in. But Epsay going into the main. Ooh, the prism getting very low. He wants it. He wants the prism. He's gonna get it. He tries to. Oh my god. Here he gets away. And here he will take the fight. He does take the fight. It's a very chaotic fight, might I say, but he still does take it. Rover goes down. Zelze chases away the Immortal. He wants the Immortal. He won't get it. 3 Zelts go down, but Trigger, he will lose the Robo. This is quite risky. The War Prism is very low. herO making his way into the main. Catching out the Stalker, catching out the Sentry. Getting another Stalker as well. Nice control here by herO. And he wants that final Immortal. He wants it. He gets it. GG gets called. Remember, the Robo went down. There's no more Immortal production. And herO, he takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Again, herO a lot more familiar with Trigger as they have a lot more back and forth history. And herO, as soon as he saw that the pylon was missing, he did not take a single chance. He went straight for his own defensive Robo and turned that defense into an offense. A very proactive style out of herO. He shut down Trigger real hard and real fast. And with that, herO takes a lead. herO does take a lead. Coming into game 2, we'll see if Trigger... I would imagine he's going to go for another pylon. I would imagine he's going to go for another pylon. Whether it's a real Robo or a fake out, that's harder to call here. This is where mind games come into play. I can see a world where Trigger does go for a fake proxy pylon and he tries to bait out herO and try to force an overreaction. But the problem is that even if herO responds with a Robo, and even if it isn't an all-in, herO can still turn that into a 2-base all-in. Like, he is very comfortable opening up Robo. Oh boy. So we'll see how Trigger does respond. We shall see. I wouldn't be opposed to Proxy Stargate. Proxy Stargates into and expand. But we'll see. We shall see. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the Canadian Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Basilisk down in the series. We'll see if he bounces back. We'll see if he can make a series out of this. It is Trigger. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing himself, currently teamless, but leading the series 1-0. It is a herO. Go. Go. Eyes are mainly on Trigger here. Does he throw down the pylon across the map? Where are we headed? For now, 2-gate opener, 2-gate opener out of Trigger, 2-gate opener out of herO. The probe does move out, and my eyes are on this probe. herO likewise moving out as well. Trigger going for the pylon. Let's go. Does go for the proxy, does go for the pylon. herO looking to do something similar. Oh. Does scout in the center, and he's setting up on the exact opposite location. So both players going for the same location for the proxy. Let's go. herO does look at the Zelnaga, but alas, not far enough to see the proxy itself. Yeah, same location, just on the opposite side of the map. Here we go. This wouldn't be a bad location for a Robo. Waiting for the Cybercore. Cybercore is now done. Bam! There it is. Proxy Robo out of Trigger and Proxy Robo out of herO. We have mirrored builds. Straight up mirrored builds, except herO does open up double Adept to harass. Trigger opens up double Stalker. So we do have a slight difference here in terms of the initial gateway units. a slight variance. As herO moves in. Here he does go for the full wall back at home. Does fully wall off. Now, of course, Stalkers, they do have more DPS in a head-on fight. Adepts, they're a lot more amazing at harassing, at bypassing an army. So, two different approaches. Trigger a little bit more brute force. Adepts are trying to shade past. herO, does he find the proxy? Uh-oh. Sorry, Trigger, does he find the proxy? He does. And Trigger does come across the Robo. herO trying to shade into the bases, but alas, Trigger is in position. Does wall up. Does wall up. You can see the Trigger, he had a shield battery on the way, but he does cancel. He thought it was a Stargate. Trigger getting surrounded. Has to pull out. Who catches who, though? The Immortal has arrived. herO, he gets caught out. He'll lose his Stalkers. Yeah, one Stalker falls. herO does force his way up the ramp. But this is a worse fight for herO. Yeah, herO, he gets caught out. It's a better trade for Trigger. herO did overextend, and herO, he might just lose the Immortal. He might just lose everything. One more shot takes down the Immortal. Takes down the Immortal. Gets on top of the Robo. And herO, he's falling apart. He's falling apart here. Robo gets depowered. Another Stalker goes down. Trigger, can we force the ace match? Send it, baby. Send it. As again, the double adept opener out of herO is what is hurting him this game. Because he couldn't fight head on, he took a worse trade. Everything just snowballed out of control. Trigger, he's busting into the main. Going for the Artosis pylon. Oh no! Yeah, the pylon goes down, depowers everything. Thankfully, another pylon does finish up. The boys are being pulled us around. At the same time, herO, he busts into the main. Workers are falling. Ooh, there's a force field. And clutch force field out of herO. Very clutch. Just trying to buy some time. He does have time for another force field as well. But GG. GG gets called. herO, he has nothing left. And Trigger, he does tie things up. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. We're going to the ace match here. Again, just a really rough start. I say rough start. It came down to the first units of choice. It came down to the first units. It came down to herO opening up double adept, which again is built to harass, not built to fight. Because he took a worse fight early on, he lost the adepts, he lost the Stalkers, he lost the initial engagement, and that snowballed into a loss as well, as he did lose control of the center, lost the initial Immortal, and GG. GG, well played. Trigger, he took the better fight, took the better trade, and with that, we're going to game 3. Let's go. We are going to game 3. And we'll see how the story ends. See how the story ends here. As Trigger, he's gone proxy Robo twice now. If you recall in his series against Max Pax, for the third game, he went proxy Twilight Council. Do we see that again? Do we commit to another Robo? My eyes are still on Trigger. They're still on Trigger. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the Canadian Protoss player, we have the blue Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. Tying up the series 1-1. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss. It is herO. Here we go. AI. Again, we are going to be settling in. And we should be expecting a proxy pylon out of Trigger. The question becomes, is it going to be a fake proxy pylon, a proxy Robo, or proxy Stargate, or proxy Twilight Council? Which one is it going to be? It's going to be one of them. No shot, he just opened standard. No shot. There's the 2-gate opener. Probe does move out across the map. Oh. Hello. As Trigger, he's going to be skirting around the edge of the map here on the right-hand side. Interesting. Now, this is not a location for a proxy robo. Not at all. This would be a good location for a fake pylon or potentially proxy Twilight Council. We're actually going further out. Okay. Where are we headed? Where are we headed? Are we just scouting? Okay. Okay. I see you. Este Trigger. Standard opener. No proxy. Okay. Let's go. Does poke in. No pylon, no proxy. Potentially Trigger, he thought about it, but in the end did decide to scout, and we are going for a Sentry Adept opener. Meanwhile, double Sentry at a herO, we're opening up standard, we're getting to a natural base. After a very intense series, we are going to be expanding. Both players are. So both players will expand, we're going to be settling into a longer game. We're calming down. We're calming down in the ace match. Again, I still wouldn't have been opposed to Trigger going for a fake pylon, but regardless. Nice pylon block out of herO. He will delay. herO, he's the first to expand. Trigger, he has too much. He has over 500 minerals. He's trying to expand. He wants to. It's very delayed. Yeah, excess of 200 minerals. Ay, ay, ay. Now going for the Twilight Council, but a big delay there for Trigger. A slightly better start for herO. Slightly better. That's a nice catch on the Adept. See, that is going to be shut down. When it comes to our openers here, herO has a faster expansion. Trigger, he does have the slightly faster blink, but only by a couple of seconds, as blink should be commencing for herO. There it is. Blink is on the way. From here, we do have a robo on two bases, a very safe play out of herO, going for the robo. It is not uncommon for players to delay their robo until after their third base, which can be quite greedy and it can be abused. But again, herO is playing safe. With this, he'll have access to an observer earlier on. And of course, immortal production as well. Hallucination does scout the robo. We'll see if Trigger... Yeah, Trigger is going for the expansion. And going for the faster third. As we mentioned, not uncommon to go for the robo after the third base. So Trigger's being greedier. Here is not. Here he throws down another gateway. And he goes to the... goes to the Dark Shrine. I mean, he does scout the third. So he knows that the robo is late. But what are the chances that Trigger just doesn't get one? I mean, there is a chance. Trigger, he will soon have high ground vision. He can blink into the main. If he does, he'll get a full scout. He's going for it. Yeah, he's going for the main. herO's out of position. Trigger dives in. Goes to the pylon. Will depower everything. Gateway's depowered, and Trigger, does he scout? Ooh, barely not. Yeah, he doesn't go further in. He does not scout the Dark Shrine. Ay, 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 there was potential there. The main. Two up say one-shot workers, and they do get 4 probes. 5 probes going down. As there's no detection, by the way. DTs are waddling in, and I think that's just game. It happens every now and then, but there's yeah, GG. GG, well played. It happens from time to time, but 0 detection, no robo, no Stargate, no nothing. And herO, he will claim the series. and advance onto the finals. We've seen herO die to this, we've seen MaxPax die to this. Again, it is not uncommon to delay your robo, and we saw no robo out of Trigger, 0 detection. He also barely failed to scout the Dark Shrine. GG. GG, well played DTs. They walk up, they walk in, and they do end the game. And with that herO, he's going to be our first finalist. The question becomes, who's going to face off against him? Who will face off against him in those finals? Again, it's a bit of a shame how the series did end. It's not something that you want to see. You don't want to see, the series just end then and there, and for whether it's DTs or Banshees or any kind of cloak unit to end it. But it's a part of PvP, and GG. GG. With that, up next we have our final semis. We have the next semifinals up next. It is going to be Classic and Rogue facing off to determine who plays against herO. Vetoes are done, and we are jumping into game 1. Game 1 is going to be on Persephone. Oh god. Game 1 is going to be on Persephone. We're going to be here for a while, baby. Let's go. Let's go. I'm ready for it. Send it, baby. Send it. We go. As spawning in the top left hand corner of Persephone, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Team Virtus Pro. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the red Zerg player, the red Zerg, the South Korean Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series, on who you believe will make it through to the grand finals. Remember, herO, he is waiting for the winner of the series in this finals. Will it be a PvP or PvZ? Personally, I do lean towards Classic here in this series, but it would be nice to have a little bit of a different kind of series, a different dynamic, a different matchup, a more diverse matchup in the finals. Would be nice. I hope to see that, but we'll see. As coming into Persephone, if you recall, we did speak on this map earlier when we casted Rogue versus Cure about how macro-oriented this map can be, how the game can slow down, you can cut the map in half and you can take more bases. That is very much so applicable here to this matchup, and we often do see a lot longer and later games here on Persephone as a result. Rogue, we'll see how he does play things out. There is a style that he's very fond of where he goes into a Evo Chamber +1 range, he stays on a 3-base setup, goes into Hydras, takes his 4 gases, gets a 4th base, and then goes up into Lurker Tech. So he goes Hydra, rushes into Lurker Tech, and then he goes into Lurker, slows the game down, and then we force a long late game. The problem though is that Classic, you can make an argument, I say argument, you can say with confidence that Classic has the best late game PvZ in the world. Better than herO, better than MaxPax. Like, you do not get better at late game than Classic when it comes to PvZ. So I don't know if you want to go to the late game against Classic, or I would say you don't want to go there. You don't want to go there. So we'll see how Rogue does adjust. We'll see how he does approach Classic. Classic does open up Stargate, standard opener. Again, we don't really expect anything crazy out of Classic. We do expect Stargate into a 3rd base, into +1 and Blink, into a standard mid game. Nice catch on the probe. Rogue does expand. He does expand. Attempt to get across the map. So far, Rogue is keeping up. Again, Classic behind this should be expanding. Pylons are being thrown down to eventually throw down our tech. And Rogue does pull out of gas. When it comes to Rogue's tech setup, we're looking for the timing of the Evo Chamber, the timing of the lair, and whether or not he gets a Roach War. So there are a couple of tech structures to look out for from the side of Zerg. Faster Evo Chamber is indicative of +1 melee. Faster lair, indicative, of course, of taking up faster as well. Not uncommon to skip Roaches, go Ling Bane Hydra. Let's see. The Oracles are amassing. Twilight Council's on the way. That is an early Twilight Council, by the way. Yeah, early Twilight Council, no Forge. This is looking more like Lava Depths. So we have an aggressive build here from Classic. Gets one drone so far. Gets two, gets three. The Spores are not ready. Yeah, Spores are not ready. Queen's out of position. 3 drones do go down. And we should be seeing extra gateways here. Ooh, late Forge. Late Forge. Higher chances is going to be Blink and not Glaives. But early nonetheless. There it is, so early Blink. Now, what this means here is that a Classic, because Blink is going to be finishing up earlier than normal, he can go for an earlier Blink timing and try to break the 4th base. Not the 3rd, but the 4th. As the 4th should soon be on the way. There it is, on the right-hand side. And we'll see if Classic can shut it down. The downside is, of course, his Forge is delayed, so +1 is going to be later. His upgrade is going to be later than usual. So he's dancing around the edge of creep. Rogue looks like he's skipping his Roach Warren. What do we see? Evo Chamber first. Evo Chamber most likely into melee. There is on the way. This is looking more and more like Ling Hydra. Oh, we have +1 range on the way. We do have our tech structure. We are going Ling Hydra, but range tells us a little bit more as to what's going to be happening here. With range upgrades, this does mean that you can actually start working towards lurkers. As we're going to be devoting less into mass Ling. Speaking of Lings getting called out, we'll see how heavily Rogue drones up his 4th base. We'll see if he throws down that infestation pit. So here we're looking for the pit. We're looking for signs of a longer game. Rogue, he's cutting workers at 66. He is not droning up his 4th base yet. We spoke about hitting the 4th, and Classic, he wants the expansion. Again, with that early Blink, he wants the hatchery. And one more volley. Oh, do we have a transfuse? Oh no! No transfuse. The base goes down, but it's going to cost Classic everything. Was this worth it? Ooh, that is 7 Stalkers. 7 Stalkers do go down. Again, if you recall, we spoke about that early Blink timing. Does hit the 4th base, does kill it, but now that does trigger a massive counterattack. And Rogue is going into a Spire after killing so many Stalkers. That does make sense. Going for the Spire. Okay. Lings, they dive on in. Station Trap does go off. Saves Eye Templar. Storm is ready. First Storm does land. First Storm lands. Lings, they don't really get much done. They don't get the Stalker. But Hydras, they're pushing in. Going for the 4th base. And he has to get out of here. Yeah, Rogue, he has to pull out. We'll bleed out Hydras. Expensive losses here for Rogue. Are quite expensive. But what's important here is that Rogue is at least... these are expensive losses. He's keeping Classic busy while he takes up into Mutas. But that was an expensive distraction. As Rogue doesn't really have that much gas sparing also left over. Classic is pushing. Rogue is double expanding, trying to get his fourth base up and running. Again, that late fourth means late economy, late saturation. Classic has a superior economy. He's pushing in towards the fifth. He's got a couple of storms left. Doesn't want to waste them. We come in from behind. Yeah, one High Templar left. Lands one storm. There's one left. That's it, the final storm. Final storm does land. Stalkers, they're pushing in. We have Ling reinforcements, and with that, Rogue holds. He does hold on. Even catching the High Templar. Classic still rallying across the map. He still wants that expansion. Oh. Doesn't get it. Rogue is holding. Rogue is holding on. The Spire is done. He's getting +1 air attack. +1 flyer attack. And Classic, we're getting into Sky Toss. Oh boy. If you recall, at the very start of this game, we spoke about how Classic, or start of the series, spoke about how Classic has the best late game PvZ in the world. He's getting there. Again, if he can get away with it, he will just take up. If he sees an opportunity, he will just take up. Get into Sky Toss. And the Sky Toss is coming. Rogue, now he starts his mutas. Yo, we got the Starlots. Without Link support, without Banelings here, these Chargels, they can have their way with this army. Charge is done. Yeah, charge is complete. That's going to be the death of a lot of Hydras. And Hydras are vulnerable. Tell me 29 Hydras going down. Trading against some Stalkers at least. That's been a lot of dead Hydras. Carrier production has begun. There's a lot of riding on these mutas. Let's go. Army is revealed. Mutas, can we actually snipe the High Templar? Oh. Mutas get spotted. Going for the dive. He gets one. He gets one. He gets two. He gets up to three. Yeah, 3, 4 High Templar go down. There, 5 High Templar. Very nice snipes. And he denies the storms. And suddenly, Rogue, he can pop off. There's still a couple of Templar remaining. Mutas get thrown away, but they were worth it. Yeah, they were so worth it here. And now, where's the splash damage? It's non-existent. No shield batteries? Oh, greedy. Yeah, no shield batteries either. Classic, he needs a storm. Another Templar goes down. He's down to 2. 2 Templar left. The base will fall. Same time, Classic getting into the main. Nice Stellar run by. Oh! As Classic overextends. Please add a carrier. Storms are now coming in. And very nice controller by Rogue. He does jump forward, takes down the Templar. Messy fight for Classic, and Rogue, it looks like he is doing it. Yeah, with the Ling reinforcements, he breaks through the main army, takes down all the Stalkers. And the MVPs of this game were the mutas. Honestly, if it wasn't for those mutas, then the game would have gone on, and Classic would have gotten away with his Sky Toss. But the mutas, they sniped 5 High Templar. It was insane. And Rogue steps in, takes down the expansion. He denies the late game of Classic. Does deny it. Classic, he doesn't really have much left to work with. He's down to 1 carrier. 1 carrier left. The carriers, they do nothing. Classic storming what he can. GG gets caught in. Classic has nothing left to defend. He is broken. And Rogue takes a lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, a very intense back and forth. Classic had his own moments, so did Rogue. As we spoke about, the highlight moment of that game was when Rogue went into those mutas, and when he was able to catch 5 High Templar in the center of the map. He didn't just kill 5 High Templar, but he even forced storms out of the remaining Templar as well. So there were just no storms left over for the main army, for the Hydras, which allowed the Ling Hydra to overwhelm, to break through, and to break not just the 3rd, but also the 4th expansion as well. GG. GG, well played. And again, it's so crucial as well that he was able to do so before Skytoss, before the mass carrier Skytoss army really got going. And now we're getting into game number 2. And we'll see if Rogue can close it out here and now, or if Classic can force the ace match. Let's go. Let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss, representing Protoss Pro, down in the series. Can he force the ace match, or is he down and out here and now? It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the red Zerg, representing Team Falcons, leading the series 1-0. It is Rogue. I see what you did there, Einstein. I see what you did there. Aye. SMH my head. So now we do have our initial openers, nothing crazy. Opening up Hatch Gas Pool. And welcome on to Incorporeal. Incorporeal is also, I would say, a larger map in the map pool. The bases are much more spread out on Incorporeal as well. Once again, if Classic can, I'm sure he wants to be able to embrace that late game. We'll see if he can get there. We'll keep an eye on his build. As a reminder, last game, Classic did go for earlier Blink, which led into the earlier Stalker move out, which led into him killing the 4th base of Rogue, but again, it cost him 7 Stalkers, so there was again, I'm still on the fence about whether or not that was even worth it. As he invested so much into killing that 4th. So we'll see if he goes for another early Twilight Council or if he goes for something a bit different. Based on the pylon placement, we're expecting Stargate play. Stargate is going to be thrown down. And from here, just going to be opening up Oracle into a 3rd base, into a standard early game. Once again, our eyes are going to be on Rogue in regards to how he does open up. Last game, he went into his Evo chamber, skipped his Roach Warren, went Ling Hydra, but he did go into +1 range, not melee, into a more Hydra-heavy composition, if you recall. We'll see if he does so again. Swing that shade. And it is going to be a Twilight Council before 3rd expansion. Okay, got my attention. So, very early Twilight Council here at a Classic. Now, last game, he also had an early Twilight Council, but he threw down the Twilight Council just after he took his 3rd base. So, this is even earlier than that. So, we're leaning more towards Glaive Adepts. As you can see, we're even pulling out of gas. Does pull out of gas. Gateway Explosion behind this, getting into a 4 gate setup. 4 gate setup here out of Classic. And we're waiting for that take of choice. Meanwhile, early Evo Chamber here out of Rogue. Once again, this is earlier than last game, so we're expecting this to be melee. If this is +1 melee, then Rogue may just die here. There's reasons for that. Glaives are on the way, as we did mention. But if this is going to be melee, then, yep, there it is. Melee's on the way. There's a higher chance that we're going to be skipping Roaches, which means there's going to be a Ling-based opener, which means no Roaches and no Banelings to defend. It's going to be a tough hold for Rogue if he has no further attack. So this is a good way to punish a player that does decide to skip their Baneling Nest, or Roachborn as well. And that is happening. Oracle's at the main, they get a Queen. One Queen goes down, gets a drone as well. Nice pickups. As another drone falls. It's 2 drones and a Queen. Safety, Baneling Nest. Okay, big moment. Big moment here for Rogue. Rogue, he now has access to Banelings. That will be a way to hold and to defend. But here come the Adepts. Got a lot of Adepts moving out. As Adepts move out, Lings, they do move in. 3rd base under fire. Going for the pylon even, but the Warping will complete. Warping does finish. This will supply block. Classic does get across the map. Lings, they try to engage. They're going to be shut down. The Baneling Nest isn't ready. Baneling Nest is barely not ready in time. Shades into the natural. Ooh, Lings are in position. These are in position, but they're still being shut down by the Adepts. I say that, down to 5. Down to 4. Down to 3. Shades into the main base, gets some economic damage. But Rogue, he should hold on. He should be able to hold on. I mean, sniping the pylon meant there were no reinforcements, but there were delayed reinforcements. As these Adepts are getting a little bit out of hand. Getting more economic damage. 7 drone kills. 7 drones going down. More Adepts are coming. Classic is not stopping. It's not stopping. Stasis into the main base. More Adepts towards the 3rd. Adepts are still at the natural. The Adepts, they just keep coming. They just keep coming. they don't stop. And there were never any Banelings. The Baneling Nest finished, but we never watched any Banelings. And with that, GG gets called. Classic does overwhelm with the non-stop Adepts. And Classic ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. Initially, Rogue, he was holding his own. And again, the goal, in my mind, was to buy time for the Baneling Nest to morph in some Banelings. But he never had the opportunity to morph in any Banelings. Classic just did not stop with the Adepts. He just kept warping in, kept pushing out. And eventually, he broke the back of Rogue. GG. GG, well played. Did break his back. And now we're going all the way to the ace match. Going to the ace match. Game 3 is going to be on Maganatha. Okay. One of the larger maps in the map pool. Now, after what happened in Game 2, again, mind games come into play. Does Rogue decide to play Roach this time to be safe? Or does he throw caution to the wind? Does he believe that, hey, Classic, he just went Glaive Adepts in Game 2. He's not going to do it again in Game 3. Let's cut corners again. Let's even have more confidence cutting corners, because there's no shot he does the same build 2 games in a row. That's what he does it. That's no. All the mind games. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Maganatha, we have our South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Team Virtus Pro. It is Classic. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player, the South Korean Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. Whew, as it all ends here, it all ends on Maganatha, one way or the other. The largest map in the map pool, longer rush distance by ground. True, all true. Can lead to longer games, but as we mentioned before, typically we expect Rogue to end the game earlier, which is what happened in game 1. If you remember, Rogue, he was able to break Classic before Skytoss, before the late game. But at the same time, we have to respect Classic and scout what the follow-up is going to be and make sure that he's playing Standard. Because he's willing to be aggressive. There we go. There we go. So now, Hatch Gas Pool, Standard Opener out of Rogue. Everything is looking normal. I'm going to slow things down. We have our initial dance. Classic trying to force some inefficient mining. Oh, yeah, not bad. Does force a drone off the mineral line. Just the one time though. Okay. Does disrupt the mining. Cheeky moves out of Classic. Does have some cheeky moves. Back at home, we do build up. Pylon gets thrown down. It looks like a Stargate opener out of Classic. Not opening up Twilight Council. So there is that Stargate. Now, so far, both Game 1 and Game 2, Classic has been going for early Twilight Councils. If you remember, Game 1, he went for his third base and straight into a Twilight Council into early Blink. Game 2, he went for a Twilight Council before the third into early Glaives. What is it this time? We haven't gone for a charge base opener, true. We haven't gone for charge. We haven't gone for a standard opener either. Not yet. Finally play Standard on Maganatha. So we spice things up once again. So moves out. Classic should soon be expanding. That is the position, and the probe should be moving down. So good. Classic does expand. Here comes the Nexus. Is going to be the earlier Evo Chamber out of Rogue. I believe this is a little bit later than we're used to. Meanwhile, there's going to be an earlier Twilight Council out of Classic. Now, so far, this follow-up that Classic is going for looks like what we saw in Game 1 with early Blink. I don't want to take Glaives off the table, but based on the history here, most likely earlier Blink, but could still be Glaive Adams. As Double Oracle does get across the map. Gets 2 drones, not bad. Gets 2 workers. Oh, regardless, this is aggressive, right? There's no Forge. There's no Forge, there's no +1. So show us the Glaives. Or Blink. There it is, Glaives. Glaive Adams are on the way. +1 melee here. Safety Baliness out of Rogue. Drone damage still being done though. And a couple of things. Rogue, this time his production is not behind the mineral line. This time it is here to provide some SimCity to wall off in case adepts come in. Now, on the one hand, the Baliness is all well and good, but if you don't morph in Banelings, it doesn't matter. So I'm a little bit concerned. As here come the initial vanilla adepts. This is normal. This is standard. Catching out the Zerglings. Not bad. Zerglings go down. Adepts say shade in. Again, only 6 adepts. This shouldn't be ringing any bells. I need more than this, though, and then Rogue could be tipped off. As As melee is still on the way, Melee Nest is complete. Here comes the main army. Here come the Glaive Adepts. And so far, I believe there is a scout. Okay, he had this Onaga. Nice scout. Banelings are morphing in. Again, this time Rogue, he has time to react. He has time to react, to respond. Banelings are on the way. Which means he has the tools to defend. Essence of the Queens. Rogue, he pulls out of the third. Flush Transfusal, but one Queen still goes down. One Queen goes down. There's a shade towards the natural. Force recoil here. The Banelings. Oh, they crash in. Very nice catch. Half the Adepts go down, and Rogue defends. This time, Rogue, he does defend. He defends well. Classic trying to take up. We have Blink on the way. Very late Forge. Very late upgrades. This was not worth it for Classic. Not yet. And Rogue has a stronger start. It's a stronger start. Railing speed has begun. Hydrogen on the way. Rogue is lacking drones. That's my one big concern here. Is that Rogue, he's got a lot of links and banelings and very few workers. Now, if he makes an extra wave of units here, then he is going for a 3-base all-in. Yep, there we go, 3-base all-in. Okay, so 3-base all-in. He is not saturating his 4th base whatsoever. This is just for Larva. Just for Larva. And now Classic knows. Classic, he shows up, and there's nothing to kill. He gets a Queen. He gets a hatchery. Stasis does go up. Very nice catch. Very nice catch here on the Banelings. Hatchery's going to go down. We have a lot of force fields. Remember, no Ravagers. Oh. A couple of Banelings reconnect. At the same time, Lings, they hit the 3rd base. 22 probe kills. Critical damage. Classic, he needs more than just the base. He has to keep going. As he will lose the 3rd. 3rd base goes down. Classic, he should not stop. We need those force fields to be on point, though. And they are. Jesus, oh my god. They are on point. And once again, the Li Mei just cannot engage. Oh no, yeah, Miss Riley with the Oracle, so he throws him away. One Oracle barely survives. Queen goes down. A lot of Banelings get targeted as well. Classic trading very efficiently, but he's rallying into the army. Once again, a miss rally. Banelings, they try to crash in, but they fail to do so. As Lings, they get us around. They get us around. They bait out one of the stasis traps. Classic, he pulls away. And the longer this goes on, the better it's going to be for Rogue. Rogue, he needs more time to stabilize, though, as he does not have a 3rd. No 3rd base yet. Again, Classic is heavily reliant on those force fields. So far, they've been solid. If he ever does slip up, though, then Banelings, they will make short work of his army. Specifically of these sentries and the adepts. Actually, I think Classic has done it. Look at how heavy the stalker count is. I think he's just done it. Yeah, Rogue, he cannot keep up. Not against this many stalkers. Ling Bane is not going to be enough. Yeah, another hatchery is going to go down. Ling Bane does collapse in. Force fields once again are on point. Banelings, they don't find connections. And they will take down, what is that, 3, 4, 5 sentries. But that's all they get. That's all they get. Classic, he breaks on through. GG gets caught in Classic. He will claim the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Classic, he does come in as the favorite player, does claim the series, but a shout out to Rogue for making a series out of this. We saw that we didn't actually get into a longer game state. Classic was a lot more aggressive this series, attempted to get into a longer game earlier, if you recall, on Persephone, was denied it, and then just doubled down on the aggression. GG. GG, well played. Classic does claim it, and I was hoping that we could maybe avoid the mirror matchup finals. We couldn't avoid it, unfortunately. So we have another PvP. Let's go. It's going to be a PvP finals between our top 2 players of the tournament. Let's go. Let us go. As you can see here, we have our top two. herO. herO took down ByuN and took down Trigger to make it to the finals. Classic took down Big Gabe and took down Rogue. And we have our PvP finals between herO and Classic. Let's go. Our grand finals are ahead of us. Grand finals are ahead of us here. Meanwhile, looks like we are cutting to a 10-minute break. Okay, understandable. It's been a long event. It's been a very long event so far. So we're going to be cutting to a 10-minute break. And when we come back, we will have the grand finals ready for you. That PvP. This is an all-in. Yes, it is. As we pointed out, because the third base went down, because he lost 22 probes? 22 probes at the third. He had to keep going. He was all in. We were emphasizing the fact that because there were no Ravagers for the Zerg army, there was no answer to the force fields. That's why force fields were being so efficient, and so they're performing so well against the Lingbane army of Rogue. Do apologize if we didn't make that clear. But we were trying to mention it. But yes, with that, we have our two finalists here. It is going to be herO and Classic. For now, we're going to be going on that break. When we come back, we'll have our final series of the broadcast. See you soon. See you soon after the break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals, los grand finales, papi, of the LiuLi Cup Weekly 2025 August edition. This month's monthly finals. Here we go. It's been an intense broadcast already here. We've had many players rise and many more fall. We're down to two last remaining players here. It is going to be a PvP finals, Korean on Korean action, and spawning in the bottom hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss for Virtus Pro. It is classic. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the other South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing himself, currently teamless. It is a herO. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our PvP. And these two, they face off so often here. herO and Classic, they are longtime rivals, especially in the Korean scene. We've cast them face off many times before, and now it's time to do it all again. Let's go. It's always a blast. I always really love casting both Classic and herO because it leads to really chaotic games, really chaotic, really intense, really aggressive games between our players. So far, here comes Classic, most likely with a proxy pylon. Cybercore is on the way, and Classic looks like he intends to hide a pylon but doesn't really intend to commit to it. Interesting. So hidden probe here from the side of Classic. Again, Classic is known for going for a lot of proxy robo 1 base all-in, similar to what Trigger was doing earlier. So Classic going for a bit of a fake out with a fake proxy pylon. Now herO, he's scouting with his probe, and herO, he will confirm that a pylon is missing. He knows a pylon is missing, a pylon should be here. How does he respond? Ooh, as the probe is... Oh my Jesus, Classic investing so much. Oh no! Oh, the probe does go down, but he will lose a lot of mining time here. Classic does get a kill on the worker, and herO, what's the decision? A Stargate opener, not a robo. herO, he calls his bluff. He does call his bluff here. A Stargate opener is not an all-in. It is not hyper aggressive or anything. With this, we can go for the Oracle. We can harass across the map into a delayed expansion from the side of herO. Meanwhile, herO fully blocks off, and Classic doesn't know what's going on. So both players working with incomplete information. Classic should soon be expanding. Classic should have the faster Nexus. herO should have the faster Oracle to harass to try to make up for that low worker count. Let's go. I also wanted to quickly check the history between Classic and herO. The recent history, I should say. So we'll need a moment for that. Adepts say face off in the center. So far, Classic does outtrade. It barely does outtrade, but both Adepts do survive. Making our way over. No probe block. Yeah, no pylon block. Adepts, they do bust into it. Adepts, they can one-shot workers. They can and they will. Their probes are going to be going down, getting 1, 2 probe kills. Meanwhile, herO, he does not get into the main base. The wall-off is solid. And Classic takes the lead. Classic does take a lead here. That's going to be 5 probe kills and a full scout of the main base. He sees the Stargate. He's aware of the Oracle, and now he has time to get ready. He has time to get ready, time to prepare. Oh, herO, he doesn't get in. And Classic is just all over here in this game. Cripples the economy, denies the aggression, and again should deny the Oracle as well. Should be able to. As the Oracle is deflected, Classic has a natural, and Classic even in position to deny the base. Oof. Yeah, herO, he's falling further behind. Is looking more and more bleak here for herO. As herO finally, he does expand, does get a natural base. But herO has some catching up to do. Now, herO does have potential. He could try to get in with Adepts. He could try to get in with the double Oracle as well. 2 Oracles, they can one-shot workers, and they do go for the dive. But Classic, he's in position. Is he going to kill? Oh, barely not. 1 more shot away, though. What a ass. Adepts, they commits. 4 probe kills. Ooh, but the Oracle will not get away. 1 Oracle goes down. Worker counts are evening up here, but that was a big blow to herO. As herO, he still doesn't have a natural as a problem. He's still behind. Oh, it's going to be a one-way trip. Oh, my God. Barely gets away. So is it? Jesus. As there are some lag spikes, and things are looking okay on my end. Hopefully not affecting the players. I know there's a lot of... Jesus. Oof. Yeah, another lag spike. I know there's a lot of casters. So I'm hoping... Oh, God. Indy! No! Ah! Yeah, Indy, he's our Polish caster. I was curious who it was, and oof. Yeah, Indy seems to be lagging out a little bit. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Este Indy. Again, sometimes latency issues can be out of our control. Sometimes they're based on ISP. Ooh, as the Oracle does go down. Yeah, that was the third Oracle that was made. The third Oracle does fall. I mean, with all the damage being done, herO does take a slight economic lead, but alas, we'd have a massive Blink timing here. Blink is almost done already. herO just now finishing up his own Twilight Council. Yeah, here he's still behind. Classic has a big power spike as he does move out. Blink is ready. And I don't think herO is. Yeah, down goes the final Oracle. Classic does commit in. Diving on top of the army. Stalker's going to be going down. Nice force fields. They do shut down the boys. Boys, they cannot be pulled. No shield battery. And Classic, he should overwhelm. He should overwhelm here and now. There's one Stalker left. GG gets called and Classic takes game number 1. GG. Classic, he does take the first game. He does take a lead in the series. GG, well played. And with that, we're now getting into game number 2. We're getting into game 2 here. Again, it was just a really rocky start here, a really shaky start for herO, winding it back. If you recall, herO, he lost 5 probes at the start of the game. He was unable to block off the ramp coming into the main base, so he lost so many workers to the first 2 adepts. He failed to get damage done across the map. The oracles also got shut down as well. Classic was just all over herO in the early game with that GG. GG will play. Classic takes the lead, but as a reminder, this is a best of 5, so we have plenty more games ahead of us, plenty more games to come. We'll see how our players do open up into game 2 on Maganatha. Let's go. Maganatha, the largest map in the map pool, a very large map. We often do see actually proxies on Maganatha because it's so large. A lot of places to hide proxies, a lot of places to be cheeky. Let's see where our players take us. Let's go. Hi, Emil. No. Este Emil. So we are getting into game number 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Maganatha, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We do have the South Korean Protoss. We have the blue Protoss representing Protoss Pro, leading the series 1-0. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss player himself. It is herO. Go. Oh. Does continue here, and we'll see if Classic tries to fake out herO once again. Remember, last game, how did it begin? Classic went for a fake proxy pylon. Does he go for a real one this time? True. So now we have our 2 gate openers. No one sends a probe out of the map. So we're calming down. Yeah, we're calming things down. Looks like standard openers all around. I say standard openers. At this point, now we can get into our 2 gate openers. The question becomes, which units do we open up with? Do we open up a double adept, double stalker, double sentry, stalker sentry, or sentry expand? There are different combinations you can go for. One more aggressive than the other, one more greedy, one more economic, one more safe. I'm leaning towards double adept out of herO, but we'll see. Oh, as Classic will hide a probe. Double Stalker out of Classic, Double Stalker out of herO. Mirrored build so far. With Double Stalker, that is typically a more of a sign of aggression, as we can move out across the map and try to assert ourselves. Classic will hide a pylon. Or will he? No, sorry, he's just scouting. Okay, he is scouting. Classic, he didn't probe scout earlier, neither did herO, so Classic is playing blind, but he's just being safe. This technically means that herO is slightly ahead, because this one worker that's scouting for herO is mining. So here he has a more of an economic start, slightly. As here comes the probe scout. herO does go for a Stargate before expanding. Classic going for a Robo. Ooh. Very safe play out of Classic. As herO does poke out. Classic confirms there's no expansion. herO spots the Stalkers. Does pull away. More prison behind this. herO getting caught out. Nice position here by Classic. Jesus, Classic. Oh my god, gets a Stalker. One Stalker goes down, and Classic, he will take a very strong lead early on, and this is brutal. And Classic, he can turn this into a one base all in. All we need is a third gateway. Third gateway, commit to the one base all in. As Classic chooses not to expand, herO is. As the final Stalker gets hunted down. And herO did open Stargate. Gets into the main, gets one, gets two probes, gets three. Oh, a little bit greedy. He gets 4 probes, but he will lose the Oracle. Greed out of herO. Ay. He's making defensive void rays, but herO's in trouble, and Classic is going for the kill. He's going for the throats. Once again, the early game was just not good enough for herO. He lost 2 Stalkers early on, and that means he's just being overwhelmed. We're just chasing down those Stalkers. Boys are being pulled. Shield battery's done. Okay. Does have the shield battery. Classic will respect it. He pulls away. Remember, Classic is all in. Remember, Classic, he has no expansion. Wants the Void Ray. Oh, can see that. Border taking a lot of hits. One over volley. Oh my god, barely not enough. Does finally go down. And GG gets called. Classic does overwhelming. Classic takes a quick 2-0 lead in the series. GG. Once again, the early game goes in favor of Classic. herO, he got surrounded. He lost the first 2 Stalkers, and that was almost game then and there. To lose 2 Stalkers is huge, especially in the early game, because you have limited production. You have limited units available to you. To lose those 2 early on, it means that Classic had a massive lead. On top of that, herO expanded. herO didn't know that there was no expansion on the other side. He didn't know that Classic was so committed and was a one base all in. It was a one base all in, not even a proxy, by the way, just a one base all in from back at home. GG, well played. And with that, we're getting into potentially the final game of the series. I mean, I hope not. I want to see a back and forth. I want to see more games out of this. But the pressure is now on herO, because we got to tighten up that early game. We can't afford to lose a Stalker. Not like that. We can't. As game 3 is going to be on Incorporeal. Go. And again, almost one more game is all that Classic needs to claim the series. herO, he has to fight back herO now to make a series out of this, to begin the comeback. Oh boy, let's go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the South Green Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss leading the series 2-0. Otomas, one more is all he needs for Virtus Pro. It is a Classic. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Protoss player, the Red Protoss himself. We have the South Green Protoss. He has been having a hard time here, specifically in the early game of these matches. Can he bring it back? Can he recover? It is herO. Go. open up. Open up. So far, we do have our 2-gate openers once again. 2-gate opener out of Classic, 2-gate opener out of herO. We'll see where this takes us. Classic, he does move out. Do we hide the pylon here behind the main base? The answer is not even behind, in between the gases. So the second pylon has been thrown down. It is hidden from herO. Typically, you see the second pylon in the main, as you can see here. herO, his second pylon is here in the main base next to his gas geyser. Classics is hidden at the natural. So herO, he sees that the pylon is missing. It's going to be on herO to determine, is it real, is it fake? Is it a real proxy, is it a fake proxy? And herO, ooh, he doesn't fully check. Oh, there we go. He does check behind the natural. He confirms. He sees a pylon. Oh, and here he already opened up Robo. Oh, boy. Okay. We've been through this before, but a Robo opener is hyper safe, hyper defensive. I mean, I say hyper safe, hyper defensive. It is a way to shut down and to hard counter one base all-ins, especially proxies, right? It's a way to shut down proxies specifically. But as we saw in the last game, you can turn this into a one base all-in yourself. So herO, there we go, does go for the expansion. He does get a natural base. With this, herO is going to be going for a more defensive start. Early Robo means early Immortal production, does mean an early War Prism, so he can harass a little bit with War Prism play, but he's going to be able to build. He's going to be able to build up his Immortal count, be more safer, be more defensive, and then he can turn this into a 2-base Immortal Adept all-in, or just build up into a third, get Immortals, get into charge, and get into the mid game. So here he has options. Does have options. Ooh, an F-Say get in. That should not have happened. An F-Say bust into the main base. Probe's going to be going down, and herO, he will take a lead. 5 probe kills. Aye. Classic. He does slip up here in the early game. He should not have allowed the Adepts into the main base to begin with. And with that, herO, he's ahead in workers, and herO is going to be getting a faster expansion. So herO takes a lead. So finally, the early game goes herO's way for the first time. For the first time this series, early game in favor of herO. The Prism moves out. Now what's important here is that Classic, he knows. Remember, he scouted. He scouted the Robo. He knows what's coming his way. He also scouted the expansion, so he knows that there should be some drop play coming. War Prism into the natural. Adepts are moving in. And there is a way into the main. Yeah, Classic out of position. Oh. But herO is deflected. And Classic will defend. So far, Classic defends, but herO still has the better economy. The pressure's on Classic. He does open up Stargate into a Phoenix. Okay. So Oracle into Phoenix. Oracle is deflected. Here he's on it. So it's away the War Prism. Here threading the needle. He's going to be so careful here. Yeah, as the Phoenix does catch him. Does go for the recall, and he will take a lot of hull damage. It does recall back home. Barely recall back. from here. We're building up. Looks like Classic is setting up here to expand and to get a third. There we go. Third base is on the way. Likewise, so is here. For the first time this series, I mean, this has been a really intense and really aggressive series so far, but now coming into game 3, we're slowing things down a little bit. Classic moving in. He does have the overwhelming Stalker count. Here was the rest of the main army. He's getting caught out here. Stalker's going down. Takes on the War Prism as well. Oh, there were 2 units inside. Takes on the Prism. Nice pickups here by Classic. Very nice pickups as he rotates once again. Oh, thinks about it. But again, there's the better trades. You can see here, Classic, he got 2 Stalkers and a War Prism. Here, he got 2 Stalkers and a Sentry. So better trade for a Classic. Still very tense. There is going to be a small window in time where herO will have a +1 over his opponent. +1. Setting up. Behind this Classic, he has no Robo. We spoke about this during the Trigger series as well. It is not uncommon to delay a Robo. There we go. Robo now has just now begun after the third. Dark Shrine is halfway complete. There can be a window in time here where we can get some DTs across the map. Before then, Classic diving into the main. Diving into the main base. herO, he's out of position. He's here outside of his third. Army dives in, going for +1. Oh, can he deny it? He can. Yeah, it's one more volley. One more volley, +1 is denied. Massive pickup. Ay, ay, ay. Classic, nice control. He blinks out. Blinks out of the main base. Some of his Stalkers do get caught, but overall a better trade for Classic. At the same time, it upstate warp into the main. Workers going down. And also Star Templar. Oh, as it upstate also in the natural. Prism's under fire. Dark Shrine is done. Dark Shrine is done. DT is not quite yet being warped in. And here they come. Dark Templar on the way. Currently there is 0 detection. There's no Oracle. There's no cannons. No Observer. We have hero's Observer. But there is that Robo. Prism gets caught. Oof. Poor Prism gets caught out. Observer's on the way. And DTs, they will get some economic damage done. How much exactly? So far, 3, 4 probes falling. We have a DT in the natural, DT in the third. 6, 7 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. And Classic is going to be forced all in. You can see the worker disparity here. herO up almost 20 workers. Equals 1 DT to safety. He has another. Looking for a way in. As the DT once again waddles into the natural. Now what's important is that Classic, his army supply is actually quite close to herO. It's actually very, very close here. Classic has +1. He has the upgrade advantage because he sniped +1 earlier. Classic is up in Stalkers. What does herO have? He has Immortals. He has 4 Immortals here on his side. DTs are popping up. Classic trying to dive on top of the Immortals. Trying to, a lot of Stalkers are stuck behind the force fields. He's going to get 1. 1 Immortal goes down. Now he doesn't have enough. Yeah, he doesn't have enough. The composition in favor of herO. herO, he collapses on the main army, and herO, he will fight back. It's not going to be 3-0. It's not going to be 3-0 here. Again, a stronger early game this time out of herO. Into the Dark Templar, into just forcing the all-in, and herO, he dominates that fight. He had the Concave, he had the Immortals, he had the Charge-Outs, he just had the superior army. It was only Mass Stalker from Classic. That doesn't scale well. Not in these head-on fights. Just trading with the Stalkers. At the same time, his main army moves out. His main army does move out. Does hit the third. And GG gets called as herO. He does fight back. He does put a point on the board. We have a series. We have a series. GG, well played herO. He does fight back. Again, herO, he was able to have a much stronger early game. He was able to get an economic lead, able to kill workers, able to get a faster third base. herO did end up losing +1, true, but he was able to build up a superior army with a higher immortal count because of his robo opener into charge, into Archons as well. Classic, he was stuck on purely blink stalkers, and the DTs were brutal as well. The DTs were the nail in the coffin. They crippled the economy, and they ensured that Classic was all in. That's why he pushed out after the defense, and that's all he had. All he had left. GG, well played with that way, getting into Pylon. Let's go. We're getting into Pylon here. Pylon is one of the smaller maps in the map pool. We do typically expect aggression here. Not necessarily cheese, not necessarily proxies, but aggression nonetheless. Let's go. And can we force the ace match? I mean, personally, that's all that I want. That's all that I would want between these two players. To get into the ace match. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we do have our South Korean Protoss leading the series 2-1. Leading the series 2-1 for Virtus Pro. It is Classic. Still needs one more game to claim the series. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we do have the red Protoss down in the series. But hey, does put a point on the board. Can he force the ace match? It is herO. Let's go. So I want to check here the series scoreline between the two players. It's almost 50-50. Almost 50-50 in 2025. We can see here, herO has won 8 series. Classic has won 7. herO has won 24 maps. Classic has won 25. So it's been very close. Been very close. Almost 50-50 between herO and Classic throughout the course of 2025. So I'm hoping for at least the ace match to continue that trend. Almost 50-50. For now, 2 gate openers. 2 gate openers. No one's cutting corners. Hello. As Classic, he does veer off his probe towards the right hand side. And will we commit? Probe is going to be hidden. We're setting up for a proxy. Based on this location, I'm leaning towards Stargate, but we can still proxy Robo here. We have seen that in the past in this location. Just waiting for the Cybercore to finish up. And then show us what you got. Cybercore's complete. Huh. With that, we have a Stargate opener out of herO and a Robo out of Classic. One base all in out of our blue Protoss player. herO with the Stargates. Oh, this might get a little bit dicey. Stargate openers, I mean, you can still defend with this. You can still go for a reactive Robo, or you can try to go for a Void Ray defense. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy here. As we do see a herO moving out with his depths. Classic likewise trying to keep up. Here shades. Here does Shade. So does Classic. Stalker's A zone away. And oh, that should not have happened. Classic gets in. Classic gets in. Probes are going down. Remember, 2 adepts taking one shot. They will one shot workers. This is already a disastrous start for herO. Losing 4 workers, losing 5. Oh, does shade away. Never mind. That's a kill 5. Gets 4. Shades away. The war prism has arrived. Here he responds with a defensive robo. He does recognize one base all in. Does recognize. Nice force field. Locks down the adepts. Unfortunately, there's no follow-up here as the Oracle does run away. That's a recall. Does recall back home. Here, he's seen enough to know it's an all-in. He's getting ready in his main. No shoddy attempt to expand. Oh, this is greedy. Here is expanding. And I don't know if Hero can get away with that. Because the expansion is going to be forced to defend on the low ground without the help of his shield batteries. Warp is denied. The Phoenix sniping in. A very nice snipe. Okay, never mind. Snipes War Prism. No more reinforcements. Stasis trap goes off as well. Hero, he's all over Classic. He's all over him. I thought it was being too greedy, but never mind. He shuts down the Prism. He does catch stasis on the Immortal. Classic is delayed. Here he gets into the main. Gets 1. Gets 2. Gets 3. Proves we go down. Nice hit on the Phoenix. Does lift. Classic chasing down the Immortal. But Classic, he should be shut down. He will lose the Immortal. Another one does arrive though. Okay. It's getting close. It's getting very close. Classic, he does save his sentry just barely. The Immortal likewise going to be saved as well. Going for the warp in, and Classic is going for the kill, going for the throat. And Hero, was he too greedy expanding? I think he was. Yeah, a little bit too greedy here as Classic he overwhelms, takes down the Stalkers, barely doesn't save the Immortal, but he kills the Immortal of Hero. And Classic, he's done it. Classic, he has done it. Again, Hero, crazy move to expand in the middle of defending against an all-in. He has some strong moments, don't get me wrong. Some nice moments, but not quite enough. The Immortal has arrived, true. As the natural should go down. Devastate threat to shade. Thread in the shade. He's trying to force his way up the ramp. We do have 2 Immortals left here as well. Here, he can still pull off a hold. He can still survive. Up to 2 Immortals. Void Ray's on the way as well. Oh! Nice save. Here saves the Immortal. Does barely. Classic still forcing his way in. Does juggle over the wall. And here is being overwhelmed. Just through sheer numbers. He's down to 2 Immortals, down to 1 Adept. He's also down to 1 Gateway. Yeah, here he cannot reinforce, he cannot warp in. Does have that 1 Void Ray which will help. There's limited anti-air. We have 2 Stalkers left. Here comes the Void Ray. Gets a Stalker. Down to 1 Stalker, the power of the Void Ray. The Void Ray is holding. 1 Void Ray versus a Stalker. But here come more. Yeah, here come additional Stalkers. Here, he supply blocked. No. Throws down 2 pylons. Supply block. Ooh. Leaves out of units. So yeah, nice juggling though. final Void Ray should go down. Oh god, the juggling. Shield battery's on the way, but yeah, it's not going to be enough. I'll say that the shield battery will finish. Let's finish up. But it's just such an uphill battle here for herO. With that, there's no more mining. There's barely an economy to work with. And I was hoping for an ace match. I was hoping for a game 5, but we're not going to get there. Not this time. Classic is coming in. He's going for the kill. There you go, gets one of the immortals. Void Ray doing what he can. Oh my god, Jesus. Void Ray puts in some work. But that's it. The final units. The final unit, the final immortal GG gets called, and Classic will take the series 3-1, becoming our very first LiuLi Cup Weekly monthly champion for the month of August. GG. GG, well played. Classic does claim it again. herO, he was so greedy in his defense. We've seen this before, but herO, he saw the all-in coming his way. He knew about it. He was holding quite well, and then he expanded. He took the natural. It was a crazy move for herO to expand that early, and we saw that it did hurt him in the end, did kill him in the end, because he started fighting for the natural, which means he was fighting out of range of the shield batteries. All that money could have been spent on more shield batteries on the ramp, could have been spent on another gateway for extra production, could have been spent on anything else, but he chose to expand, and it was not worth it. Was not worth it in the end. GG, well played. With that, Classic will be our champion. Congratulations. Congratulations. Este Classic. As Classic, he takes down a Gabe 2-0, Rogue 2-1, and herO 3-1 as well. GG, well played. Congratulations, Classic. Solid performance here. As we mentioned before, the record between herO and Classic this year in 2025 is almost 50-50. It's very, very close between the two of them. We do see Classic taking a slight edge over herO now with those wins, and I'm sure herO will be back to get his revenge over Classic the next time they face off. Regardless, GG, well played. It was a very long, very intense broadcast here. 5 hours. 5 hours of StarCraft. I did anticipate this to be around 5 hours as well, so we were ready for it, kind of. I was very fatigued after casting this morning, but we made it, man. We made it. We made it. GG. GG, well played. I do apologize for being a little bit low energy for the cast. Again, I casted this morning, and we had some work to do as well, and I did not end up getting any rest in between, so a little bit fatigued. It's bedtime time, man. It's badge time. As you can see here, this was our second broadcast today. We were casting StarCraft Evolution this morning into LiuLi Cup this evening, and as you can see, over the weekend we have Maestros of the game as well. Now when it comes to that viewer replay cast, we do have a viewer replay cast scheduled for tomorrow. I say tomorrow, it's going to be in 8.5 hours, I believe, 8.5 hours time, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to commit to that just because I'm very tired. We might end up missing the viewer replay cast. Might reschedule that instead. Basically, if you're in the chats, we do have a way to redeem replays through channel points, and I do have 3. I have 3 viewer replays that I have to get around to casting, but I might reschedule that just because I would like to get some veg today. I'd like to get some rest, especially in the lead up to Masters of the Game, but we'll see. We shall see. Again, Masters of the Game is going to be over the weekend as well. So is StarCraft Evolution Championship. So there's going to be a lot of content, a lot of StarCraft throughout the course of the weekend. We're going to be covering the SEL Championship throughout the course of the week via replays because we're going to be casting Masters of the Game live instead. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time. And with that, we are wrapping up for the broadcast. If you want to support us, you can do so by following us. You can follow us on all the socials as well. We do stream on a daily basis, and we do have uploads on YouTube on a daily basis as well. Plenty of uploads, plenty of content over on YouTube, so you can check that out. Otherwise, thanks for watching. GG. And again, we'll see you guys tomorrow for Masters of the Game, as that begins tomorrow in the evening. Tomorrow in around like 24 hours time. 24 hours. Otherwise, we'll catch you next time. And again, we might go live with the viewer replays, but I think we might end up rescheduling that. Might reschedule and just focus on most of the game instead. With that, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. Ciao. Bye. Ciao. Also, I should emphasize as well, LiuLi Cup, this is a new weekly tournament that is run by LiuLi, which is Saber. He's a Chinese caster, and he has announced that he is running more weeklies, and there will be another September monthly finals. So we have more open cups into our monthly finals. That is the plan for September. Maybe October, maybe future months moving forward as well. Hard to say, but for now we at least have confirmation for September. So much love to LiuLi, much love to Saber, much love to the Chinese scene for hosting this event, for running it moving forward. GG. GG. More weeklies, Pappy, more weeklies. Otherwise, we're going to be wrapping up for the time being, and I'm going to be going to bed because I'm insanely tired. See you next time. See you tomorrow. Ciao. Pappy, ciao. See you tomorrow.